There you go. Add me up there. Me up there. Mm, go ahead, put this in the chat. Come on, computer, please. Do right. Come on. Okay, there we go. Yes, having some technical difficulties today. It seemed not want to act right today. See, I'm looking at myself frozen right now on the screen. Come on, unfreeze me. Let me I go back out and come back in again. Hello? Okay, there we go. How's everybody doing this Monday? I was having some technical difficulties. Computer kept on freezing on me, not putting what I want up there. What's up, Bebop? I'm hoping to give my penalty. I know David right now, he's on the 49ers roundtable. He'd be in a little late after that show over with. Ooh, my neck hurt. Um, so how was everybody's day? Hope your day's going good. I plan on discussing today um, what John Lynch stands on Trey Lance and Brock Purdy, and signing of Matt Pryor, and 49ers have reported made a decision on Brandon Ayuk. That's what I hope my panel come in. We can discuss that. Today I went to Dallas and It was short. I did winning early, so I got out of there early. Uh, Here's somebody coming in. He's David McNiner.
What's up, buddy?
Hey David, how you doing?
I'm good.
So y'all through over there, huh?
Yep. Yeah, I'm actually listening to another stream right now. They were just arguing like quarterbacks. Like, oh my goodness.
I think
I look at
it's
it like it's, I've been saying open competition,
Steve
every
O.
position, every season. No one's job
Mm,
is safe.
yeah.
That's just the way it should be. Shouldn't hand it to anybody. That's just my opinion. You know.
Yep.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey Steve O, how you doing?
I'm on my way to go get my groceries again, so we'll see how this works out.
Yep.
Yeah, that guy Brian over there, man, he seems like he's got something up his butt. He's been wanting to argue all the time about anything.
Mm,
It's funny though.
Yeah, he's got. Yeah. They had a serious argument going on. Now Terradome just joined them.
Yeah, that's when I left. Did you see when Beto referenced it towards a podcast? He referenced their argument towards a podcast. Did you see that part?
mm-mm. I
Um,
haven't seen them go after I do this stuff and go rewatch. Um,
It was like 5 minutes before he started commenting. It was like if somebody came on your podcast and tried to take it over, but and he was referencing the argument they're having with Kyle Shanahan and Trey and then the offenses, the different offenses and everything. But I thought that was pretty funny.
mm,
Oh, it's on the Ayuka going to be signing up his fifth year option.
yep, looks like it. Okay, so I know John Jay won't be here today, and I don't know about Bryant. Yo, CG. Um, so what do you think about the thing about John Lynch like saying when Brock is back? So let me read the article. It says a quarterback controversy is not recently good reflection of the NFL franchise. Sure, it is a good to have choices, but that is a position where there's needy to needs to absolutely clarify what from between multiple candidates can indicate in decisions to fans. For the San Francisco 49ers, thought it is critical to have options going into next season. Let me take out my glasses. Purdy had just recently begun his recovery process from torn UCL and hoping to have cleared all the necessary checkpoints by the time training camp rolls around. Trey, who has battled his own injuries problems the last two seasons, remains part of his complicated equations too. Naturally, the 49ers general manager John Lynch was grilled on the status of both of his quarterback during the NFL annual meeting Monday and did his best to address any trade speculation regarding Lance. And he says, John Lynch says Brock Purdy has earned the right to be the 49ers starting quarterback. All 49ers on Fan Nation. We listen to anything, but we like Trey on our team, Lynch said per ESPN. Nick Wagner. We very excited about the way his progress and opportunity. I think he's champion at a bit, chomping at a bit to get back out there. It's safe to answer by Lynch, but one fans should appreciate. A lot has been invested in Lance, most notably two first round picks for a right to move up to number three in 2021 NFL draft for four starts later, and 22-year-old remains anemic. He was severely limited in a open monsoon last year before suffering a season-ending ankle in week two. Obviously, Lynch is still intrigued, intrigued by Lance's potential. He is the insurance policy for Purdy right now, who Lynch says deserves the starting quarterback job if he's healthy at the start of the season. With Lance lurking through, one has to wonder how long until that and that's what our it probably went on I didn't print out. So what y'all think about that? What you think, Steve?
Oh, well, everybody kept complaining. Why don't they just pick a guy? Well, he straight up just came out and picked a guy. So, uh, I mean, and then I think after that, he kind of said there's still going to be a QB competition. But, as far as the three first round picks we traded, look, there were a 28th pick, and then we did the pick swap. So, I mean, basically, it was like twos, basically. I mean, if you're not the top 15, you know, I don't think a 28th this year that we gave away is, we don't need it. Our team doesn't need it this year. You know what I mean? So I think it'll keep Trey on his toes. You know what I mean? Keep his nose to the. I don't know what you call it. Keep grinding, and so that might be some good motivation for Trey. Probably doesn't need it, but yeah, everybody wanted. Why don't they just go out and pick? Well, now, on the other hand, we'll see what Kyle. I didn't watch the thing today, but we'll see what kind of Shanahan follows up with tomorrow. If they step together, or if there's a little bit, controversy.
What you think, David Mayniner?
You're
Well,
muted.
unmuted.
No, no, you're not.
I think you shouldn't be saying, well, yeah, this guy's the starter when you have this guy that you picked so early.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, Brock Purdy did a lot for us, and he is good, yes. But what if Trey comes in and beats him out? You know what? Well, why? I'm still on the don't just hand it someone their job. Don't just say, "Here you go. This is your job." Let them earn it.
Yep.
You know, and we don't know what Brock Purdy's timeline for returning is. So to be realistic, we have no idea. So I mean, it's all just a big, humongous question mark right now.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think of just handing a quarterback the job. Here are the keys to my car. Yet, I want both of you to prove it to me. I want you both to prove it. Now, say that Brock Purdy's not ready, and say we do give another quarterback prop, and I say, okay, it's between right now, Brad, Sam, Donald, and Trey Lance. Have them battle it out. Best man win, and give them equal opportunities. Don't just put Trey Lance out there and let him run. Let him throw the ball. Let him get on the same plays you would give every quarterback. You know, plus because like they didn't give last year in the games, they didn't give Trey Lance a chance to throw the ball. Coach Kyle just ran them hard running plays all the time.
Well, he missed a lot of reads on those RPOs too, though. He like I said, like 70%. He didn't read the defense correct.
Yeah,
So I mean, they were still RPOs though, but and then I guess I heard somebody say Jackhammer today put a timeline where Purdy could be back within 2 weeks before the preseason the season starts. I don't know how accurate. I didn't watch it, but I'd still say he's probably out 4 weeks just to be safe.
and so yeah, give. I want equal opportunities. I don't want you know, you bring Trey Lance in and just run him, and then you let Sam Donald throw the ball. Give them same plays, see how they both does with the team. You know, don't like you did. Cause like last year, they gave Jimmy two different. They chose two different ways to play him. You know, they threw. He threw more, and Brock Purdy same thing. He got to throw, but Trey Lance, almost running plays.
Yeah, I think Trey Lance was given the job last year. There was no competition. It was like he's our starter, and I think that kind of rubbed people the wrong way a little bit. I don't know.
And I want to see Trey Lance. I like Brock Purdy. I'm not saying, oh no, but I want to see Trey Lance get a chance. I want to give him a chance. Don't just say, okay, Brock Purdy, this is your job. Make a competition. See it, have them both compete, and that's it. Say that Trey Lance he starts and Brock is not ready. He beats out Sam Donald. And say in 5 games, so Trey Lance is not doing good. Then you can bring Brock Purdy in and say, okay, Brock, here's the keys. This is your chance.
Yeah, I want both guys on the team. This thing where they're talking about will be open to anything, like I always say, but like as far as an offer for Trey, like I'm not okay with that. Like I want both the guys on the team. Yeah, at least this year, next year, whoever starts, if they want to leave, whatever. But I'm not okay with entertaining. I don't care if you get a first for Trey. I'd rather have two guys on our team that I think could lead us to the Super Bowl. Now I'm worried about the rumor I heard that DeAndre Hopkins might go to the Bills and or yeah, the Bills, and I like that bugs me because um, that's just one more obstacle of the AFC.
Yeah, I'm not too much worried about that because he's not in our division. He's out of our division. We don't have to, you know, he's not facing us. So only time we face them, do I don't think we play him this year. We won't face him unless they make it to the Super Bowl, and then we can worry about Hopkins. Um, I'd rather him go to the Buffalo Bills than him going to the Cowboys. They'll go to the AFC, and so let him go to the NFC.
I want him to stay on route where he is.
Nah, not me, because that's with Arizona in it. Then we had to face them twice.
Yeah, but they're not going to be good. So he can have 150 yards
Nah,
and they're still losing.
but with him, they will be good. He'll be that person. Let's see. What's up, Nathan? Um, so what do you guys know about Matt Pryor?
Yeah, go ahead, McDonald.
6'7", 332. Played 53% of the snaps for the Indianapolis Colts last season. Had 5 penalties, and that's pretty much all I could find about him.
Okay. Do you like the signing?
I think it's healthy competition.
What position does he play?
Tackle.
Yep.
I haven't even heard about it yet or looked it up or anything. I don't know anything about the guy.
Okay, let me see if it
Know his,
says in it.
do we know his
And
salary? Can't be much.
okay, on Monday, they signed a veteran right tackle, Matt Pryor. According to General Manager John Lynch, Pryor most likely to back up Colton McKimmons, who's the 49ers resigned into a 2-year contract this offseason. And McKimmons most likely will replace Mike McGlinchey, the 49ers starting right tackle, who signed with Denver Broncos a few weeks ago. Pryor is 28 and started 24 games in NFL, including 10 at guard, which means he's versatile and experienced. Unfortunately for the 49ers, he isn't particularly good. Ideally, he should be a backup, and it seems that's how the 49ers will use him. Colton is the guy right now. Lynch said on Monday, we just signed Matt Pryor, a guy who has started some games in the league, but we like Colton. We have for a long time his confidence, the game he filled in for Trent Williams, went there and did really good job at, at left tackle. He has been a good Swing
Thank
tackle.
you. Night tonight. You too.
Colton is a good player. He gets cracked at that job. There will be competition, but we're excited about him being the man at that job. McKinnon has just started 5 games in his career, so if the 49ers are wrong about him, they always can turn to going cheap at right tackle.
Turn to who?
Going cheap at right tackle.
Yeah, to me, this sounds like because everybody, I think, at least I thought that they were gonna move Buford to right tackle, and bring in like Poe for guard, but I guess with this guy, I guess it does sound like McKivitz is gonna start, and then this new guy's gonna be the backup, or else because why would you resign? I mean, McKivitz and put him on the bench?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even CG said he talked to Buford, and Buford didn't say anything about me moving to tackle.
Well, when it comes down to it, I wouldn't be opposed to that, but I'm still convinced that we're gonna trade up. You know, I'm still convinced that we're gonna trade up. We're gonna take a guy, but that's a we'll see what happens type of thing.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I think too. Although, I mean, it was the tight end too that was the problem last year. On those injuries, it wasn't really necessarily the offensive line like everybody thinks.
Excuse me.
Well, we can't have like an all Madden team either, though. We're gonna have weak spots.
Yeah. What's up, Alex? How you doing today? Um, any news on the Cowboys front?
It's kind of funny. I pick up my groceries and they're like, "Oh, I heard you had a problem with your order the other day, and everything's good. You got all the discounts." Like, wow, they actually remember that.
Oh, somebody's coming in. Oh, Eric. Hello, Eric.
Yeah, they'll be doing
How you doing?
all right.
Any other news about me? About Seattle after signing Bobby Wagner?
No, not really. Actually, I had a doctor's appointment today, so I'm not been able to really kind of keep an eye on what's going on today.
Okay. No news.
Uh,
Cowboys says fan. Dallas said no news. Um. Yeah, I think they in the draft they might move up to get another tackle. Plus, they might be groom this tackle if they get one in the draft to take Trent Wynn's spot because was talking about retirement, so they might be getting ready for a person to take Trent Wynn's spot.
Yeah, and we probably got only a couple more years of use check and Kittle.
Yeah, what you think, David?
Um, I honestly think, Juice is getting old, and we hardly ever use him. It's kind of like, I don't know what his salary is. If it's anywhere over like 5-6 million, then I mean, even that's a lot for how much we actually use the guy. Oh yeah, he runs in and does makes blocks, but I mean, he's a weapon. We should be using him out of the backfield. We should be using him as a tight end. We should be utilizing, him, and it just doesn't seem to happen. So it really might be, it might be time to start looking for his replacement due to his age. I can't remember how much longer he's under contract.
And I think there was
Yeah,
only one fullback in this draft, which is weird. I don't know what there normally is, but I looked just to see, like, because he's probably going to sit a year anyways. But I've only seen one fullback in this draft.
yeah,
Or,
that
or
guy from North Dakota State, right?
I don't know. It was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I gotta change my picture. That was the.
Let me see what else. Anything else on our line? Yeah, I think we should look in the draft for a fullback to replace Check. Because he's getting up there in age too.
Of course, if we draft the tight end, or I mean, we go to 12 personnel or whatever, 22 or whatever, like we wouldn't maybe not need a fullback anymore.
Yeah, we probably could turn the tight end into a fullback. Okay. Says 49ers have reported make a decision on Brandon Ayuk. What you think about that, David McNiner?
Make a decision.
They made a decision on Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, they're exercising his fifth year.
Well,
They haven't yet, but Ayuk is saying that they are going to pick up his fifth-year option.
and also, there was rumors that they was looking to trade him. Not them, but other teams was hitting up John Lynch, see if they would like to trade him. And John Lynch said, "No, we like Brandon Ayuk. We gonna keep him here, but we did do our due diligence and listen to what other teams was offering."
I'm glad we're keeping him because I think eventually he's going to, unfortunately be a cap casualty. But what do you guys think? John Lynch said they're open to offer. They'll listen to anything. But what do you guys think? What do you think Ayuk's is worth?
I'll say, I know nobody would give this. I wouldn't give him nobody unless they say give me 2 first round in this draft and maybe like a second and third in the next draft. I don't know. Maybe I'm still being too cheap. What you think, David McNiner?
Considering the wide receiver market and how it's like a bunch of mids, and you never know what you're going to get out of the draft. That's always a question mark unless it's like Andrew Luck or, it's rare a sure thing comes along. But I honestly think, someone calls us up and offers us a first, I would reject that.
Something going
Because,
on with your mic,
the
David.
current market states we need more than that.
David, there's something going on with your mic because you sound like you're talking underwater or like a robot.
Is it doing that, Jay, again?
Yeah, I started this because I was thinking, all right, I'm just going to say 3 firsts just so people won't do it. And I was like, well, what is he worth? And I thought, 2 firsts. I think he's worth 2 firsts.
Well, I mean, am I coming in clearer now?
Yeah.
So, like, he's not Tyreek Hill, but when it comes to available wide receivers, I don't think any team's going to trade for a better wide receiver than Brandon Ayuk right now. So, maybe not multiple firsts, but a first, a second, and fourth or fifth. You throw something like that at us, maybe. But I honestly don't think we're going to trade him. I'm sticking with my guns. With the plan is to hope Debo has an up year this next year, and then the next offseason trade him to like Miami or Houston or a team that's in need of a player like that. Miami, Houston, New York Jets. I don't think the Jets have a good wide receiver core. But we can't move off of Debo this year because it'll cost us $28 million in dead money. But next year we can, and it won't. The dead money isn't bad at all. And then what you do is you extend Ayuk, and it'll give us a chance to see what Danny Gray has. Maybe even free up some money so we can keep Juwan Jennings around.
Yeah.
But I mean, ultimately, Debo, his playing style, everything, he's not going to play into his mid-30s. We all know that. Kittle's pushing 30, and he has a very physical playing style. I don't know how much older or how he's still going to be on the same level for the next couple of years. We need to start thinking about getting another tight end. But I mean, this is all like look at the dynasty we built in the 80s and 90s.
Mm-hmm.
We were always picking players in the draft. We were signing the right free agents, which is pretty much what we're doing right now. We signed like Hargrave. I honestly think a guy that's short and thick like he is typically does play good into their early to mid 30s. So he might just play out that 4-year contract. A taller guy like DeForest Buckner, the taller guys typically start to have leg problems. This is just what I've seen watching football for so long.
Hey, Jay Gotti. Welcome to the
who we got?
Jay Gotti.
Oh,
if I'm saying it right.
John Gotti, buddy. John Gotti, the
Bang bang. Yeah, I'm just not big on the nose tackle position. Because this guy got sacked, so hopefully he does. But normally they're just gap stoppers.
Well, and that's what we need right next to him. And I was trying to say something about Khalid Davis in an earlier stream, but I got cut off and got told that he's an afterthought, and it's like I really don't think so. Because they brought him off they brought him off the list. He started on the pup list
Yeah.
because his injury was in college, or the non-football injury list because his injury was in college. It had nothing to do with the NFL. And then they activated his practice window, which I think they did that to test the knee. Let's see if the surgery held up. Let's see if he's going to have any setbacks. And this is all learning from the Kinlaw situation.
Yeah.
And they tested the knee. He didn't have any setbacks. They told him, all right, show up in good football shape this next season, and you'll get some snaps, you'll get some playing time.
Jay Gotti, thank you for coming in, and I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing. And please hit that thumbs up button if you are. This is my first time, and if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please do. Let me see. Oh, Eric, are you still with us?
Who?
You, Eric. Your name is Eric,
Yes.
right?
Yes, how you doing?
If you was the GM of Seattle and you wanted to get Bernard Ayuk, what would you give us to get him?
That's a good question. I don't really know. I know we got a thanks to Denver, I know we got at least an extra one. So that might be involved somewhere.
Okay. So you just give us a one?
Maybe I don't know. I mean, he's definitely a good player. He's a very good player. Yeah.
Let me see.
Did you say my name?
So what? Let me see. Any other news y'all hear about anything about the 49ers?
Did you hear Mike McDaniel? Where they told him that the Commanders are worth $6 billion, and he's like, $6 billion? I couldn't even get free coffee there.
$6 billion. The commies.
Yeah, I mean, I heard it was 5.5 last week, but I mean, honestly, with all the renovations they have to do and moving, I mean, I would probably say more like 3.5, 4. But yeah, and I guess when McDonald's was there, he had to pay for his own coffee.
Wow.
David, man, now you hear any news about the 49ers besides the ones we just talked about?
Well, besides us signing that big fella, no. And Brandon Ayuk, and so John Lentz actually said, we listen to everything, but all because they're listening doesn't mean they're actually going to do something.
Something, yeah. Yeah, and like I'm thinking, like, what he said about it's all like to me when he says Brock Purdy deserves the starting position. I don't think he's saying that we gonna give him the starting position.
That's another thing too. A lot of people are putting words into his mouth and saying that we're going to give it to him.
I mean, I think he earned it.
Yeah. But
I think winning all those games, even like going punch for punch when we are duking it out with the Raiders, which I can't believe that game even happened.
yeah,
But going punch for punch that way, it did prove a lot, And when it comes to Trey Lance, though, the guy's never been handed anything. He's had to earn everything his whole life. So this is just the type of situation he thrives in. So as long as it's actually a competition, like John Lynch said it was going to be, then we'll see what happens. But it also all hinges on one thing: is Brock Purdy going to be ready for the season?
yep,
Well, imagine this. There was a multiple games, at least three, that Brock could have had 2 picks in one game, and I think even 3 in the Raiders game. I think it was. Imagine if he did everything he did, but this guy's so lucky that they drop all these balls. Imagine if he was like 13 touchdowns and 10 interceptions. But I wonder what the conversation would be like.
yeah.
That's true.
Now, say that Brock Purdy didn't get hurt in the Eagle game, and he won that game, and then we went in the Super Bowl and won that Super Bowl. Do you still want a quarterback competition when next season start, or you just say Trey Lance, Brock Purdy is our guy? What do you think, David?
How are you saying how John Lynch said that Brock Purdy's our guy?
No, I'm saying I say that if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt in the Eagles game and he won that game and we went to the Super Bowl and he won the Super Bowl, now would you say next season, say Brock Purdy told Trey Lance, Brock Purdy has earned a job, he's our quarterback, and or would you still make it a quarterback competition?
Um, if he didn't get hurt and we won the Super Bowl, and he went punches with Mahomes, you know, we got in a heavyweight bout, and he went in and went every round with Mahomes, punch for punch, wins the game. Then at that point, I would have to say that he earned the starting job. I mean, you can't. I don't think you can argue with it, right? He won a Super Bowl. He went punch for punch with one of the best QBs in the league. And then it would be like, what are we doing with Trey Lance, And we did give up. I mean, Steve was right. We traded like a couple late round first picks and a pick swap. I think wasn't there like a third rounder or some compensatory pick thrown out? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's garbage, but we don't do much with the third round anyway. But so at Steve made a point. At this point, we gave up 2 very late first round picks, which might as well be second round picks, and and a pick swap to get Trey Lance. And at that point, we didn't have any needs coming up for a couple seasons. Right now, we're at the point we're going to need a right tackle. So having a first rounder would be nice, but at the same time, if they're confident in McKivitz, then why not? I honestly do think he's a little better pass blocker. And, with what we were doing offensive wise with Brock Purdy in the game, we needed a better pass blocker over there. And when it comes to tight end, I honestly look at the second tight end spot like, Charlie Warner hasn't done anything to win it, which I was hoping that he would take a leap this last season, but we hardly saw him do anything. Ross Dwelly, burned the league with his 4 catches, so he's back. Yeah, I'm 100% being sarcastic there. I mean, I honestly think they re-signed Ross Dwelly as a camp body at this point.
Mm.
But there are some intriguing tight ends that are going to be there late. There's a couple guys. What's his name? Alan Davis, and then there's another guy with the last name of Weil. It's like Whyle, I think. And they both have good receiving numbers, and they were both in there, for run blocking. So, they can do both, but I'm not a scout. I'm not saying that they're even on our board. We don't know who's on our board. No one knows, because out of left field they pick Nick Zakel, and it's like, who's that? I've never heard of this guy. Like most of the time when they're making a draft pick, with the late rounds, it's like, who is this guy? But then all of a sudden, not their rookie season, but the next season they come on out, and we see that they're a player. Or like George Kittle, he was picked in the 5th round, and he came out and won the starting job, and was able to get more catches than he had at Iowa in his rookie season. So it's like I honestly think our scouting department is really good. And the guys who make those later picks that end up being hits should be having more input on the 3rd rounders that we just don't do great at. Fred Warner. Shout out to Fred Warner. He's probably the best 3rd round pick we've ever done. I am giving Danny Gray a mulligan because the kid got redshirted, and then Terrell Davis Price, and I don't know if he's even going to turn into anything, because we traded for Christian McCaffrey. But we do have Elijah Mitchell there, and I wish he could stay on the field. I honestly hope things turn around for him this next season, and he stays on the field. I got my fingers crossed for the guy, for his career's sake, because availability is an ability, and for our sake, because he's a pretty damn good running back. And then J.P. Mason, Jordan Mason, that guy. I honestly think that if Elijah Mitchell makes it halfway through the season and he's looking good, I could see us trading him because of J.P. Mason. But we also need 4 or 5 running backs on our roster because of how many guys will get hurt.
Yep. Yeah,
So-
like Elijah Mitchell, he can't see the last whole season. Boom, he may play 3 or 4 games, and he's out.
Same knee. It's the same knee. It's typically the MCL. I mean, I'm not saying he needs surgery, but it would be nice if he would go get that thoroughly checked out.
Well, then it was his groin. Last game it was his groin.
Yeah. When he stepped out of bounds and should have stayed inbounds, and if he stayed inbounds, he probably wouldn't have got hurt, right?
So we have one of the best scouting teams, GMs, head coaches, players at I don't know what 6, 8 positions, like the top guys. Like, what are we missing? Because I don't think it's just like the quarterback. Because I think we can get it done with who is ever back there for the most part, like a top, like Jimmy, for example. Like, what the heck are we missing, man? I mean, all of our coaches seem to be top at their game in the trenches and everywhere.
Honestly, when it comes down to it, the quarterback is, Jimmy. He's not the greatest. He's not the worst. When he hits the playoffs, he doesn't do so hot. But I mean, and then we switched from Jimmy to Brock Purdy, and Brock Purdy, he's got poise, confidence. He's mobile, can extend plays, and so he was a upgrade over Jimmy. And all of a sudden we're looking like we're Super Bowl bound until he got hurt.
Mhm.
So when it comes down to it, we need a healthy quarterback. We need a quarterback that can stay on the field and get it done. And I mean, Trey Lance hasn't proven that yet, and Brock Purdy got hurt too. So I'm going to say neither of them have proved that yet.
That's funny, man.
Granted, it wasn't either of their faults. The Trey Lance ankle injury, it was kind of a freak injury, to be honest with you. You know, and same thing with Brock Purdy's elbow. I mean, if we had a actual tight end that could block Reddick, which why are you putting a tight end on Reddick? That's my first thought. Like, if you're calling a play like that, put an extra offensive lineman in. You know, but I'm not the coach, right?
So, Siegel, the same question I asked David McNiner. If Brock Purdy didn't get hurt in that game, and he won the game and won the Super Bowl, so next season, would you just say, here, Brock Purdy, the keys, or would you still have a quarterback competition?
No, I already think he showed enough to earn the starting spot. But I will say, I mean, look, Brock Purdy, like, look, his first play of the game. He's supposed to be really smart, dissects things. Look, he got lit up that first play of the game. So it just shows you he's got work to do. But I would give it to Trey. But you know what? On the roster spot, on paper, I would put him there. But we're going into camp, and they're doing the same passes. We're seeing who looks better. If Trey happens to, what I mean, ball out, whoever wins, if somebody looks clearly better, then you're gonna go with that person. It doesn't matter the name, where your draft status was, how much you make, none of that matters.
Yeah. Eric, what you think?
What's up?
Okay, I got a question for you.
What do you
Okay,
got,
you
pal?
know Joe Stevens. You know
Yes,
Joe
sir.
Stevens, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. He said even with if okay, do you think the 49ers if y'all had Russell Wilson this season, would the 49ers would have swept the Seahawks?
I really don't know that answer because I think West was not as good as he thought he was.
What you think, David McNiner?
Now, what was the question?
You know, what's the name? Joe Stevens said even if Russell Wilson was still on the team last season, we would still swept him. Do
I
you
don't
agree
know
with?
about that. I don't know about that because Russell Wilson was a thorn in our side. you know. But I do think we have something to prove against them, and the
Yeah.
team is very highly motivated
What you think,
because they
Steve?
have. I mean, since they joined the NFC West, they've actually done really good against us.
Yeah. What you think, Steve?
Um, I think that I'm not sure, but I think that it's kind of we're all looking at Russell Wilson and how he did this year, and I think like most of the time when you go to a new team, you're going to struggle. New system, new coach, new coordinator, new teammates, finding a house, all that stuff you actually have to do. Moving your kids, whatever. I don't think it really works your first year when you go to a new team. And the outliers would be, maybe Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, and Geno Smith out of all people. So I'm trying to leave that last year out of it. Uh, I mean, it's hard to say because I can't remember the games, but I normally I'd probably say we go 1-1. I mean, we usually split. Russell knows us a lot better, you know.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, who's this, Eddie?
Yeah.
Okay. Who left? Oh, Steve left. Um, what did you think that question I just asked? Did you hear the question I asked?
Yeah. Well,
What you think?
if we would have still had Russell Wilson, I mean, well, the way you got, it's the way you guys' defensive like went up is like, I think we would have took probably one game. I, I mean, yeah, I know. Like in the past, like we've always had you guys' number.
Okay.
But I know Russell Wilson probably would have been running for his life against that defense.
Um, did you hear any other news about Seahawks?
Yeah, we brought back Bobby Wagner.
Yeah. How you feel about that?
I mean, that was one guy. I was heartbroken that we released him, but very glad we got him back. I mean, because especially I mean, he's gonna be good for, especially that since we have Jordan Brooks it's out with for a while with the ACL injury. Because I think that's what really hurt our defense. But but I but I've seen like all the moves you guys have been making. What's going on, David?
Going on, Seahawks, Eddie.
Yeah, yeah, but I see you guys have been addressing more of your defensive line.
Yep.
Well, the interior was Nick Bosa can't do it all.
Yeah,
And Eric Armstead, he's got that plantar fichier. Oh, I can't even talk right now. But yeah, he's got the plantar fasciitis, and who knows what's going to happen with that moving forward. They were trying to manage it towards the end of the season, so maybe they found something there.
yeah. I mean, I know you guys aren't happy about like Shanahan bringing back Ross Dwelly.
Camp body at this
Can't buy it.
point is what I'm saying. I mean, he four catches for what, like 30 something yards, I think, last season. So he didn't do much to impress. All right.
Oh yeah, because I know how like you guys say like he doesn't really do much. Like, okay, for example, let's say Kittle gets hurt, and then he and then Ross Dwelly is the next man to step up.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'm
Um,
sure you guys are probably going to draft another tight end.
yeah, like I asked Eric, um, what would you give us if you was a GM of the Seahawks?
Okay.
And what would you give us for Brandon Ayuk?
I don't think I'd cough up any first rounders. I mean, like that's that's a really hard question to answer.
Well, I'll put it in perspective. So right now, there's the wide receiver market is literally trashed because it was all the guys that were free agents were kind of mid, average, if not a little above average.
Mhm.
And you never know what you're getting in the draft. So that being said, the market for Brandon Ayuk right now is up, but I I seriously don't see us trading him. I don't see this happening.
Yeah, because I noticed how Pete Carroll like ever since the 2018 after 2019 we've been taking running backs and wide receivers within like the third or fourth round. Yeah, because I think the third or fourth round that's where all the good wide receivers are.
Well, you had DK was the second, right?
So, yeah,
But I mean, you have DK and Lockett, so having those guys and having a couple above average guys in the mix, and you have a good wide receiver core. You know,
yeah, yeah.
and I mean, we have Debo, which he's more than just a wide receiver. But and then we have Ayuk, who I think he came out and said, "I'm the fourth option, and I got this," and I look at it like I don't think you're the fourth option. I'm looking at him like he's probably the third option. I honestly think he's the third option in front of Kittle. But that's I also look at it like how is that? Because everything's schemed, the play's called. It's not necessarily called for one player. The quarterback's got to go through his reads. If you're open, you're going to probably get the ball. And that's specifically with Brock Purdy at quarterback. That was happening. And Jimmy, he's good at the short intermediate routes, the dinks and dunks. But when it comes to going through his progressions and his reads, he would go through them too fast, and he would miss like Ike would be, 15, 20 yards downfield, a throw Jimmy could actually make. And he would just absolutely be wide open, and Jimmy's already off of him and on his, second or third progression at that point. I saw that a lot, you know.
uh,
So that's why I think Jimmy goes through his progressions too fast. But that might be because him getting hit and injured so much. It might have something to do with that. The last injury was on him. You try to take off running with 300-pound guys on your back. What do you think's going to happen?
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wouldn't be Superman at that point. I'd be hitting the ground because I know these guys are going to kill me if I try. But
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because I was like, man, I just still couldn't believe you guys went through four quarterbacks.
yeah, that's kind of. I was making jokes for a minute that we need to carry 5 on the roster.
Yeah.
I was making jokes for a minute, but
Yeah,
it's really kind of not funny. It's like, Kyle, if you're the one running the offense, and right now we got Trent Williams, Aaron Banks, that they're solid. Burford was getting better as the season went. He got to the point of being solid, and he's still got some growing to do. So I expect him to be better next year.
yeah,
And then we got Jake Brindle, who in the last part of the season was playing above average and not making the mistakes that he was making in the first half, if not a little more than the first half of the season.
yeah. I see why
And
you guys. Well, I see why you guys wanted to. We're trying to show him the door.
well, McGlinchey, I mean, well, McGlinchey, he got his pass protection just wasn't up to what we need. And right now, I'm at the point where if we're going to be passing like we were, we need to not have an expert run blocker over there. We need a guy that's an
Yeah.
expert pass blocker and average run blocker, and
Yeah,
what we can survive this way.
yeah. Oh
You
yeah,
know,
Yep.
yeah. Because no, because didn't he cost you guys the game against the Falcons?
I think wasn't that was that one of his bonehead penalties?
I think so. It was either him or Jake Brendel. He's like, wait, get caught. You guys have a good drive down the field, and then no, I think it was McGlinchey that got called for holding.
Yeah, that guy. He
Oh,
has the worst timing with his penalties too, though.
oh,
That's the
oh
big
wait,
thing.
oh wait, wait. I think Atlanta beat you guys by 2 touchdowns.
They did, and it was like, I mean, Marcus Mariota, he only threw for 130 yards, but he was running. He was taking off running. And
Hmm.
I don't remember what happened during that game.
Yeah, it was just they took our system about beating teams, keeping the ball away from our offense by running the ball. They were doing a lot of
Yeah,
running.
and then I'm trying to remember what happened against the Bears because I know
It
the
was
Bear.
it was just a mud less. That's all.
Yeah, because I. Oh yeah, because Soldier Field looked like a slip and slide. Because remember, like the Bears players were like celebrating by sliding down the field in that rain.
Yeah, you know who they got that from?
Yeah.
They got that from the 49ers because we did that against what team? Because Nick Bosa slid, and then everybody else came and followed right along behind him, doing a slide.
Yeah.
You remember
But
what that game was, David?
Oh, what was that? I was just reading something.
I was saying, we was talking. He was just talking about how the Bears at the end of the game they went sliding. And I said the 49ers did that same thing too. I said that's where they got it from. Remember,
Yep,
Nick Bosa
yep,
did it first. He slid. Then all the other teammates started following right behind him.
yep.
And I'm trying to remember what game that was, who we were playing against.
I can't. Oh,
also,
It was
Crazy Jew
can't
said it was
Washington.
remember.
against the Commanders.
It was against
He's
Commanders.
he's more than likely right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nathan Z said the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Okay. When you guys had like Kansas City come to town, because I'm not sure like how much confidence you guys had when you guys were facing them.
Oh man, dude, that was a
Yeah.
game we were missing Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, our two top defensive linemen at that point. We were our top corner had a groin injury and he was just gutting it out. It was a it was just That was the last game before the winning streak started. So that was a motivational loss.
Yeah.
But losing to the Bears, the Broncos, and the Falcons, one of those games cost us the number 1 seed, and we got to
Oh,
stop starting slow. It needs to
Well,
stop.
I
You
keep
know, I
forgetting.
mean,
Yes.
oh,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
it's just I was just I was almost done, but the whole starting slow thing. I mean, that's 2 seasons in a row. You know, the season before we were the wild card and had to go on the road every game. You know, this last season we won the number 2 seed, but we should have won the number 1 seed by not losing to one of those trash teams at the beginning. You know, so we just gotta stop that. Gotta start a little stronger. You know, just beat the teams we're supposed to beat. You know,
Mhm.
yeah.
Some reason I had forgotten you guys lost to the Broncos too.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Oh, Jimmy G and well, Kyle Shanahan's fault really for calling a seven step drop back when you're backed up like that. You know, you shouldn't call that. Should have called like a quick slant. You know, but and then Jimmy G's still the only. I hold on, I'm saying it wrong. James Richard Garoppolo is still the only QB in NFL history to have a pick six negated by a safety.
Mm,
It has never happened before, and it will probably never happen again.
yeah. I was but did Cal? We saying the Cal called it, but what if Jimmy changed? Cal called something and Jimmy changed it, and he ended up calling a seven step back.
Yeah. I mean, I was shocked we surprised people this year. Because like, didn't I? If I'm corrected, didn't 95% of people say Seattle would only win like 6 or 7 games?
Yeah,
I think I picked you guys to win 6 games, something like that.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
kind of, it was last off season. It's kind of hard to remember, but that was
Yeah.
after trading Russell Wilson away.
yeah,
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
y'all won that. Y'all
Uh,
won that trade. I'll tell you what.
oh yeah.
yep.
Say we. Oh yeah. There's a quarterback coming in our draft. Because I looked at all the wins and losses. It's like I didn't think I didn't think we were gonna sweep the Rams this year, but you guys just we all have to be real about one thing. Divisional rivals are always going to be tough.
Yep.
I I mean, like I said, like I'm not going to brag about us sweeping a banged up Rams team. Yeah, because I think the first time we played the Rams in LA, they had their backup John Wolford, and then the last game of the season they had Baker Mayfield.
Well, I'm gonna brag about beating
I
them.
mean, well, you guys always seem to have you guys always have the Rams number.
Yeah,
Yeah, it does.
Except for that one game that
yeah.
they beat us by 3 points. It
Oh,
was
that the
kind of
NFC Championship.
yeah, beat us by
Yeah,
3 points, and I mean Jimmy, Jimmy was hurt. He wasn't playing good. Our offense almost couldn't do anything. I can't blame that. I can't blame the game solely on, Tart dropping that interception and Jimmy throwing an interception at the end. I can't blame it on those two plays because there was a whole game that happened.
Yep.
But it was like it was the worst because pretty much we at that point we gave the Rams the right to go play the Bengals, and the Bengals ain't the Chiefs or Bills, so of course they're going to get beat. Man, yeah.
That's right. We got to face the Bengals next season. Like
Oh, you
some reason
do.
they're going to be a tough team.
I think I honestly think Joe Burrow is a good QB, and that they have some good wide receivers. I don't know if they've improved their offensive line. I think that was their weakness.
Yeah.
Um, but I know we're playing all the division winners. I think from our division. I don't know who we're playing from the AFC. I'd have to look at the schedule. I haven't
I think
paid
you
any
guys have
attention to that.
Jacksonville.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
do we play the Jags, Texans, Colts, and who else is in that division? The
I
Titans?
think I think you just play the winner of that division.
Oh, you're right. Jacksonville somehow won that division. Wow.
I, oh yeah, I had forgotten that the 2021 season. Like I went to the Seahawks Jacksonville game. Yeah, of course. Like when Russell Wilson was hurt, I, I mean, I knew Gino was gonna beat the Jags anyway. Because it's
And
like
we
that was
have
one of the games we didn't need Russell Wilson for that game.
yeah, the Jags. They're an interesting team because they stepped up against their own division, and then they lose to someone they're not supposed to lose to, and they beat someone they're not supposed to beat, and then they were like a multiple personality team, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yep.
this upcoming season's a whole new season. Never know what's going to happen.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
know
right.
what
We
it's
got
going to
the
bring.
Titans. Yeah, I think the Titans are hurting right now.
Um. So Eddie, have you met Joe Stevens, the Seahawks talk?
I don't think I've interacted him, but I'll check him out.
Yeah, check him out.
I mean, I've only met two of the popular like Seahawk fans on here.
Well, he's new. He's kind of
Oh,
new to the
okay.
game. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's just Joe Stevens, and then Seahawks, and it'll bring his channel up. That's what I did to find him.
Uh,
He's a good
and
dude. He comes hangs out with us.
I mean, because I've known Sam Dog and Norbcam for years.
Hey, Rudy's live. I wonder if that's where Steve-O went.
Yeah,
He
because
might be.
I looked at the Rams roster. It's like, man, who's likely to go next?
Dude, you kidding? Their GM sent a email to all the season ticket holders. We are winning the division this next year. Oh, dude, like what are you drinking? What are you on? I wanna know because
It's
it
like
has to be good.
I told him like,
What
let
they
me smell
smoking
those cups
now?
because no, I can tell they spiked their drinks with something.
What he smoking?
Yeah, and I don't think the Rams don't really have much of a running back.
Seems like me they would go after Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah,
But I
yeah,
know
because
Ezekiel Elliott say he wants to go to a team that's in compete.
tell you the truth, I would not be surprised if the Rams get rid of Cam Akers.
They were trying last season to get rid of him, but couldn't get rid of him.
They got rid of Daryl Henderson instead. It just didn't understand why, because he was a much better running back than Cam Akers.
We are facing all the NFC East teams in the upcoming season. You know what?
Oh,
You know what AFC team I want to face in the AFC West? Who you think? But we only play them. Who you think, David McNiner? David McNiner.
Yo,
I said, what team you think I want to face in the AFC next season? But we ain't gonna face them.
the AFC. Let's see.
Do you know what team I want to face in the AFC? But we're not gonna face them.
I'm not sure.
What team we only play
Oh,
every 4 years?
I want to play the Jets, but that's just me.
The Raiders. I would like to go against Jimmy G.
Oh my goodness, I would love that. Fred Warner would love that.
oh, oh yeah, that's right.
Uh,
We do face one of the teams in the AFC West next year.
and all the teams in the AFC North we face.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because I think you guys would whoever wins the our division would face the winner of the AFC West, which would probably going to be Kansas City. I mean, I want. I don't mind facing the Broncos again.
I love to face the Raiders.
It's a hit. I'll tell because I'm sure there were. I saw them for that game when you at Allegiant Stadium. The tickets were like about like 800 for a nosebleed.
Yeah.
It's like man, I didn't think a nosebleed would cost that much.
Um. So let me see, what time is it? How many hours already went so far?
Yeah, it's 8:43.
It's only been 1 hour and 28. Yeah. I'm trying to think of anything else to talk about. Oh, I know, to my audience, I want to apologize for yesterday that we didn't get to go over the whole um trivia thing, the questions and stuff. It was me because my eyes, and y'all saw that we did a trivia show last night, and John Jay was running it, and he did a good job of it.
Mhm.
I'd like to thank him again. for doing that. You're good, Corey.
All right, but
Thank
hey, I gotta go back to work.
you. Okay.
All right, Eddie. Thanks
All
for
right,
coming, buddy.
hey, you
We
too.
appreciate it.
Uh,
I'm watching straight out of the bay on my other device, and they got our roster setting up on the screen right now.
Okay.
Who is Leroy Watson? That must be. These guys must be like practice squad guys.
Yeah.
Some of the guys I'm looking at. Where is? You guys don't have. Oh, okay. He does have Jason Poe up here.
Robo McNiner.
Am I back to being Robo?
I guess so.
Can you hear me though?
I can hear you.
All right. But yeah. I mean, I'm Baller seems to want to keep all three on his third round picks and take 3 swings. And I just don't like the thought of that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 11 picks. We can use a mix of those later ones with those with a third or two and trade up. I mean, we could literally trade 6 picks and trade way up. And then, would be if you think about it, we trade 6 picks for 1 pick, we still have 6 picks. But 11 rookies are not making this team. We have absolutely no need for 11 chances at good players at this point. We need guys that we know are going to come in, move into their spot and go, as in right tackle. And then, that's my main position of need right now is right tackle. And then having a second tight end that's an actual threat would just plain help our young quarterbacks. And, a developmental safety later on in the draft to sit behind Gibson, redshirt and learn. That's also, probably in the fold, I would imagine, but I don't know what the Niners are thinking. I thought they'd take a safety last draft, and they whiffed on that. Picked up that undrafted rookie free agent guy, Hawkins, I think. Ended up getting hurt in camp, and they cut him and re-signed him. I don't know. I don't know if he's even going to turn into anything because I don't know much about the guy.
So I'm just looking and see anything new.
Yeah, I mean, they signed that big offensive lineman. I don't know what kind of contract they signed him to. But he's been in the league 5 years, so I'd imagine he's in his late 20s. You know what? I'm going to let them look him up. Or look him up.
Boy, I'd be glad when Aaron Rodgers and just saga ends. I'd be glad to say, okay, now he's a Jet. And I don't know about Love. I don't think he's gonna be any good with Green Bay.
Holy moly, dude, this guy's being reported at 351 pounds. 6'7", 28 years old, 6'7", 351 pounds. What are we doing? Then the last guy, Feliciano, he's like 6'4", 325. Are we going Are we looking to destroy some defensive lines here? I mean, what? 28 years old, 6'7", 351 is what he's reported at.
Maybe it's the goal line package.
That's a big fella. That's definitely thick right there.
So do you think they're buses? Like, because I remember the buses. Nobody that big is fitting through the buses I grew up on. You think they got like special doors or something?
He probably has to go in the door sideways and kind of duck
They got
while he's going in so he don't hit his head.
they load them through the back. They load them through the back door, the back of the bus.
Wow, yeah, that's a massive man right there. That's kind of. It just makes me wonder, like, what kind of direction we going in here? Because Kyle Shanahan normally goes, kind of light, slender, athletic, and lately, like Aaron Banks, he's 6'5", 325. So he's he's not a light guy, but he's athletic for his size. Spencer Burford, he's 6'4", 300. But, he puts on 10, 15 pounds, which is something I'm in the process of doing. And, he'll be all right. But Jake Brindle isn't the biggest guy. I don't know how much he weighs. I'm going to have to look that up. How much does Jake Brindle weigh?
Aren't we supposed to be talking Lamar to the Niners because he supposedly said he was put in a trade request March 2nd?
He apparently he did, but I think Baltimore's like sitting on their hands going, sign your contract. I think the Ravens just don't want to. They don't want to give him the bag that he wants because they know that a guy that takes hits like he does, his career's not going to be as long as the contract that he wants. But it's just one of those interesting situations. He requested a trade with the team, and he gave them 25 days, to actually trade, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it, or all the other teams are like, and who was it I was talking to? I think it was a combo of like Damian Lee and Ryan from No Borders. I was talking to both those guys about Lamar. And they both come up with the same thing. His reading of defenses is not that good. So, and when it comes to the system, our system at Lamar, I honestly don't see those going together well. But, look at what the Ravens have put around them too, right? That they don't have any great wide receivers. They've had a couple good tight ends. They don't have any great wide receivers that are going to just, like Devontae Adams, type. They don't have anybody like that. And, he does run a lot. He's an excellent runner, but he needs to learn to get down and not take the hits that he takes to prolong his own career and not get injured.
I mean the Ravens or not Ravens, yeah, the Ravens are nothing without Lamar though. It's like, so I don't, like, you've had 2 years, you keep, you know what I mean? Yeah, you may be an offer, but like, I mean, I'm surprised it took him this long to be like, I'm done with you no matter what. You try and franchise tag me, I won't sign it. I'll sit out for a year. But and then what are you going to get what are you going to get back? Like, if you get a top 5 pick, it might be worth it, or if you can get into the top 5. But if I was a team though, I can't remember. And they say they get rid of him and they get the 2 1s. What year is Archie? Is it Archie? Archie Manning coming out of college? You guys know? Eli's nephew or whatever.
Mm.
Because I would use those 2 1s straight to the top pick for the year that Archie Manning is. I think it's Archie. He's got to be coming out in the next year or two, I think.
Okay, so Jake Brendel is 6'4", 299, so he's borderline 300. I'm just wondering, like, what are we doing? Did we sign Feliciano to be our starting center, and Jake Brendel's going to be the lifelong backup at what he makes? You know, or
Everybody was high on Poe and that other guy that I can't say his name.
Zakel.
Yeah.
Honestly, Zakel got redshirted. You know, kind of like Aaron Banks got redshirted. So it makes me wonder what do we actually have there. He played. He's played all along the offensive line. I think he was playing tackle his last season in college. So it's almost like we have internal options, and the Niners know something we don't. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he normally drafts agile, guards and stuff so that they can, go get that second block on the linebackers. And I think it must just be a package of players, especially if it was Trey Lance starting and he's going to be running everywhere. Then you don't know where he's going to be. You're not going to draft these fat guys that can't run.
That's true. Well, when it comes to Trey Lance, and I mean, Kyle Shanahan calling run pass options, I kind of feel like, just use the same offense for every QB. If it don't work, then it don't work. And Trey Lance having the arm he has, he can throw some really fast balls in some tight zones. And that's something Brock Purdy can't do. Brock Purdy is mobile and can extend plays just like Trey Lance can. He has poise in the pocket, which is something we haven't seen enough of Trey Lance. We just haven't. And, John Lynch coming out saying what he said, it's like, man, I know you're just feeding the fire. That seems to be what you guys like to do, you and Kyle. You guys just like to feed the fire, keep the media going, It
Hey,
just seems like that.
Was Snyder at the meeting?
Oh, the owners meeting?
Yeah.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I know the NFL wants him out.
That'd be funny if he was there and they're vote. They're doing the vote and he's there.
Well, I can't blame them for wanting him out. It's the whole organization needs. They have, on the field they have a good defense. They don't have a quarterback. They have some good position players. They have, they have some nice pieces on offense, but it's not whole. And it all starts with ownership and management. And, the stuff that he's done is not okay in this day and age. Might have been okay in the 70s and 80s, but nowadays it's just not okay. And, like, I think they did some sort of investigation where they looked at his emails and all that stuff and must have seen something they don't like. But, at this point, it's like, you're not doing much with your football team. So why not sell it, get rich, go retire to the Bahamas or something where you can, do whatever you want, and let someone else take the reins. But I remember there was some sort of article, and I think people were just doing it for clicks, that was like, Ed DeBartolo Jr. is going to buy the Command. I was like, no, he's old enough to the point now where I highly doubt he's going to take an adventure like that on.
I mean, I thought all this stuff would have got the commissioner gone by now, but now I started thinking about it just now. Every place I've worked at, I'm pretty sure has had free coffee. And then they're like, you know what I mean? They're like, I don't know what they make a year, but like, yeah, not even places that only have like 10 employees, like, you know what I mean? Like, to charge people for coffee is crazy.
We got coffee at my place, like that. They got a Keurig, and I always just bring my own and drink from my thermos because I like mine a little thick.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they're going to vote them out. They're talking about getting rid of punting. Is there something like that I heard, I thought? Because they're saying the punting is the most injury play in football or something. And singling the gunner, you can't double the gunner anymore. And
I don't know if they're talking about that or not. I know they were talking about like some sort of the rugby style quarterback sneak, which I'm still kind of looking at that like, huh? Not the traditional quarterback sneak, what we see in every game, but there was something different going on there. We'll see what happens. Hopefully they kind of. When it comes to playing defense, it's hard to play defense in the NFL these days. You can't. It's like you can't hit a defenseless receiver that's up in the air trying to catch the ball. I remember back in the 80s and 90s, you hit that receiver, you knocked the ball out. You made a play.
Yeah.
Now it's like 15 yards.
I mean, that's how I play. I remember one time my friend, we were playing at the park. He got ripped. He got yoked afterwards, but he was coming across the middle, and I went to hit him, and he to purposely drops his hands down and didn't try and catch it. And I go, you might want to catch it because if you do that again, I'm hitting you anyways.
I remember I got playing. I was playing. Is me and this other teacher playing with kids, and he was on the other side team, and I was on this other side team. And you know how you can't now in the NFL you can't do no blind blocking. You came up and come up to somebody's side and hit them. Man, this guy, I thought I was about to make a tag on this play. I was about to get this kid. My hands are like this. All of a sudden, I notice I'm looking straight up in the sky. And I'm like, oh, shit. I'm about to hit this ground. We playing on pavement, too. I'm like, oh, I'm about to hit the ground. Look at it get hurt. I just went back and felt a little pain, but not too bad.
I just hate rule changes in general because it changes everything. I don't like the 2-point conversion where you can run it back, the onside kick, you can run it, play. It's not dead. So all these, moving the extra point. I guess that seemed to be pretty cool because that fool would have. I wish we didn't block that fifth miss one because he was going to miss that by a mile.
Yeah.
These guys are doing a mock draft. But what, did you buy PFF? Because they haven't let me.
Who's that, Kelts and Baller?
Yeah.
I watched them for a little bit. They're all sad that, oh, Trey Lance isn't starting. It's like, hey, you guys
Well,
wanted an answer, and he
not,
answered.
that's actually not what he said, but it's kind of.
Phelps has been that way for
And
for.
I think
Yeah,
he earned the
love it.
top pick first snap, but I mean that should just every like I've been saying, everything should be an open.
Hmm.
Yeah, Couch's feelings have been hurt for a while now, as far as the whole Lance situation.
They had like on the NWO, they had a very heated argument going on, about the quarterback position.
Yeah, I gotta go watch that.
Yeah, I was watching it. I'm just like,
You really should. I can't remember where it starts, but it goes for a long time.
it got too much for me, so I came here.
I think they're done now. I don't know how long they were on for. But
Yeah,
I
they
see
should be
no
finished.
more chat over here on.
It's funny because Ryan always gets mad because he gets cut off. It's like, so I sent Ryan a Jess from East Coast Red East ECRG. Yeah, he was on her channel, right? And I judged it. You know what I mean? And I was like, well, you had one person that didn't hit a like, and then Eric came in and said, what's up? And then he didn't hit a like. So you only had two people that hit a like. I went on 9 different accounts and gave 9 extra likes. And I was like, yeah, 2 people pop in and out. Like the last 15 minutes just came in and came out. Probably because they seen your pic of a girl on your thing. I don't know. But, and I said, I told him, I said, because it was weird to me because normally when you have a guest on, I mean, like we're hanging out. So like Ryan can talk as long as he wants, you know what I mean? Or whoever. But when you have a guest on your show, you usually ask them a lot of questions. And to me, I told him, I said, and I was just joking. I was like, and you talked 45 out of the 60 minutes. And I was like, and you said, you know what I mean? Like, and laughed like 35 times. And I was just joking. But I mean, it was just weird that he's getting into X's and O's and philosophies with her. I don't know. It just felt like a weird program to me. It's like you invited somebody on to your show to listen to you talk is how I felt, If that makes any sense.
Hard to think with anything else to say. Talk about.
I don't know. I gotta go watch my Rich Eisen, see what he feels about Lamar Jackson and all the shows I watched, see what they say. Cause I got up late today.
So, do y'all think Lamar Jackson gonna get signed? He's gonna stay with the Ravens.
He's going to Miami. I've been saying, but I'll open it up to the Colts as well. The Colts sucked last year, but they had like 7, 8 Pro Bowlers the year before. I think they just signed another running back. I can't remember who to go along with Jonathan Taylor. So, but I think Miami having Lamar with Cheetah and Waddle. I mean, I think that would be a pretty explosive team.
What you think, David May-Niner? Where you think Lamar gonna end up? Is he gonna be staying with the Ravens, or do you think he gonna go to a new team?
I think he's gonna end up staying with the Ravens because I don't know if another NFL team is willing to give up 2 first-round picks for him. Especially in a supposedly quarterback heavy draft, which half of them might bust. I mean, you never know. And I don't see a team. I do not see a current team trading for him. A team like, I mean, even the Miami Dolphins ain't gonna do it. The Tennessee Titans ain't gonna do it. Houston ain't gonna do it because they'll probably draft like C.J. Stroud or one of the other guys.
Coming
Which
in
I wouldn't draft an Ohio State quarterback because so far I think Justin Fields is probably the best Ohio State quarterback to come out. He hasn't proven anything yet.
coming in from San Francisco Daily City. I'm surprised to see my buddy, my brother, John Jay.
What's up, everybody?
So
Hey,
What's up,
John
John?
Jay.
Yeah. So basically, I visit my family. Of course, like everyone's sad. Losing a loved one,
Yeah.
and we're all doing our best part. So yeah, I was on TRL stream for a little bit. We're talking about his sons, his Cardinals, and that's about it. Mm-hmm.
So
No,
just
So,
to finish our point real quick, just to let you guys know, I was watching Joe Stevens and he has a Ravens fan on there. So Lamar posted that on the March 12th, but I guess on the 18th he posted him wearing all of his bling and his jewelry and stuff, and it was his Ravens like logo on the jewelry and everything. So he was like, just to throw that in the mix, like that's kind of another you know step that I didn't know about.
John Jay, what do you think about what John Lynch said about our quarterbacks? Did you hear anything? Still with us, John Jay?
He might have stepped away from his mic for a minute.
Yeah. Um.
Yeah, I mean, I basically don't have any family left, so I act like I hate when you hate your family. It's a lot easier in this situation, so I just pretend to hate them.
so how
Yeah.
everybody's day?
Oh, good.
Nice.
John Jay.
Yep.
Did you hear what John Lynch said about the quarterback situation?
Yeah, I posted a little 30-second soundbite. There's a 30-minute, like a full 30-minute interview on I think David Lombardi, a YouTube channel. But John Lynch is gonna say stuff to the media. Is what it is.
You know what that interview is tomorrow?
Well, they said Kyle was supposed to talk. Like he was scheduled to have a interview tomorrow, but I don't know if that's true. I don't know.
So do you? Let's see. I asked them, David and Steve, this question earlier. Do you, if Brock Purdy won, beat the Eagles and won the Super Bowl, do you still have an open quarterback conversation between him and Trey Lance, or do you say Brock Purdy's the guy?
So if any quarterback, not just Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, any quarterback in the NFL, if they win a Super Bowl, that's your quarterback. Okay, that's the only way for any quarterback controversy to end. When you win a Super Bowl, that's the guy you want under center for the long term. If Brock Purdy wins a Super Bowl, if he wins a Super Bowl, we have somebody. He has to stay healthy. And right now, Kyle's track record, okay? Ryan Hoyer got hurt. People forget that. He got hurt, and then Beathard had to come in. Beathard got hurt. Jimmy came in. When Jimmy got hurt, Bether came back in, and then Bether got hurt. Nick Mullins came in. 2019 was the only year Jimmy stayed healthy. That was the only year one quarterback for the Niners stayed healthy. In 2020, Jimmy got hurt. Nick Mullins got hurt. Beathard, only played 2 games. 2021, Jimmy got hurt, missed 2 games. Trey Lance got hurt. This year, every quarterback got hurt. The quarterback has to stay healthy. And that's why I look at it this way. I don't know if you saw that picture of Brock Purdy. Like, people are saying, "Oh, he has like a metal arm," as a joke. If he has that hardware on his arm, does anyone think he's going to start week 1? No disrespect, but what I'm about to say, what I'm about to say is rude and disrespectful. You must be high on something, because look at that hardware, that steel on his arm. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I saw it.
I'm still waiting for the rude. I'm still waiting for the rude and disrespectful part.
Oh,
I was like, oh, he's gonna cuss.
well, I can't cuss, but this is Corey's stream. I don't want to get him in trouble.
John Jay,
Mm-hmm.
did you see the that they looking like they're gonna pick up Brandon Ayuk's 5th option?
Yeah. I don't think that's like news. Like, I think like you had 2 options, Kinlaw or Brandon Ayuk. If they 5th-year optioned Kinlaw, Twitter and everyone will get really angry because Kinlaw's not worth. When Brandon Ayuk had a good year, so he earned, I don't know what the 5th-year option for him, because he was drafted at the end of the first round. So like the first 10 picks, they get that money. Then the middle rounds, they get a reduce, and then the third round, the third part of the first round gets another reduction. So I don't think he's gonna get like the Nick Bosa, which is like 17 or almost 18 million. Maybe Ayuk will probably get like around like 12 million, 10, 12 million. I don't know the 5th-year option yet, but it's gonna be fully guaranteed. So if you think about it, he'll be making more money than Debo salary wise.
Well, just to make the numbers clear, I mean, I like Ayuk. I'm glad they did it, but I mean, him posting about his 1,000 yards. Well, there's 17 games now, so you got to add another 80 yards. He only had 1,015 yards, and Debo didn't play for 4 of those games. So, I mean, just to put that into perspective. But let me ask you. Go ahead.
I said this when they did the set. Everything was going to be inflated. Like quarterbacks numbers are going to be inflated. Even if Nick Bosa was able to even tie Strahan, who has the 22.5 sacks, it would have been inflated because Nick Bosa would have needed that extra game. And technically, Nick Bosa only played 16 games, so technically, in a 16-game season, he had, I think, 19 sacks. I got to look at the numbers. So technically, I don't know if Nick Bosa will play every game next year. Hopefully he does, because he's very important to the Niners. But in a 16-game season, Nick Bosa, if he can get around 19 in 16 games and then get 20, it's still what he did. That's always going to be the indicator. So everything, no matter what, you go by 16 games, and everything was inflated. Everything is inflated, no matter what. It's unfair. It used to be if you were a running back, you needed about 63 yards to be a 1,000-yard rusher. You needed 63 yards for 1,000-yard receiving yards. Now you don't really need that. I think now you need about like 58 yards for a running back to get 1,000 yards. Same thing for a receiver. So
that's not a good game. That's not a good game.
So unfortunately, that's just if you add up the numbers. I hope that this 17-game schedule is temporary. I do not want them to go with an 18-game schedule and 2 byes. It makes no sense to me.
Oh, they will. But let me ask you guys: if Brock Purdy played what the 8 games he played, if he played the same exact way and he started the whole season, do you think he would have been an MVP candidate?
Mm, I don't know.
Now, if Brock Purdy would have played Week 1, all right, let's let's do a hypothetical. Let's do a hypothetical. Um, Jimmy is not on the roster, and Trey Lance gets hurt again. Let's just do a hypothetical. Let's do a thought experiment. And Brock Purdy was the backup. They would have probably brought back Sutfeld. I don't know. No, he was already picked up by another team. But anyway, they would have brought in a third quarterback, um, or they might have kept Sutfeld. Brock Purdy would have came in the same thing as Jimmy Garoppolo. I think Brock Purdy would have struggled a little bit in the first couple of starts. I do think Brock Purdy would have looked a little bit better than Jimmy in that Week 3 game. I still think we would have lost, but I think the Niners after that would have ran the table. We would have beaten Atlanta. Our only loss, our only loss would have been to Kansas City because they're a good team. The Niners could have finished 14-3. Okay. I still believe in this hypothetical that they would have traded for McCaffrey. He would have won the Rookie of the Year.
You don't think MVP
No,
or in the running for it?
no, because they still would have given to either Jalen Hurts or Patrick Mahomes. He would have. I don't know who won the Rookie of the Year, but he was going to win the Rookie of the Year because I think the Rookie of the Year did not really have good offensive numbers. It was a bad rookie class, so he would have won it hands down.
So John Jay, you see the offensive tackle or guard we signed from the Colts. Did you see?
I forgot his name.
His,
Yeah, I
his
saw
name is
that.
what was his name? Oh, his name was Matt Pryor.
Yeah, I've never heard of him. I saw all those pictures of a Colts offensive line. I think that's just a camp body because again, like John Lynch said, like I know a lot of people don't like David Lombardi. I'm not a David Lombardi fan. He's always positive with the team. He's like always overly positive about everything. I don't know if he's just a positive man by nature, but they said Colton McKivitz is the starting right tackle. So they're not going to look at tackles. They are looking for guards and centers. Well, so I don't think we're going to draft a tackle or sign a tackle, but all these other tackles are probably going to be there. Who will be his backup? Like the one that we got from the Giants, Feliciano. He can play some guard, he can play some center, but they want to try him out at tackle. And then this guy is a tackle, so yeah.
Oh, the Rookie of the Year was Garrett Wilson, the receiver on the Jets, and he had 1,100 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Okay, so here's some good news. The Brandon Ayuk. So this is his final year of his rookie contract. So in 2024, so if he accepts the 5th-year option, we do not have to sign him into an extension until next training camp. So I don't think Brandon Ayuk is going to go anywhere if he accepts. He'll be making $14 million, which is more than Debo's. Next year, Debo's is going to be making like, I think, barely $8 million. So Brandon Ayuk is going to have, if you go with the money, he's going to have more pressure because of the extension for that 1 year.
Yeah.
14 million on his first contract. I I think that's his.
It's fully guaranteed. Basically, there's no incentives. Like the 5th-year option is fully guaranteed, just like the tags, the franchise tag, the exclusive tag, all those tenders. I do think the NFL needs to do something when it comes to create more tags to help teams keep a team together. And I know a lot of people, oh, that's cheating. It's unfair. Well, look what's going on with Lamar Jackson. Like he wants to be traded now. He wants to be compensated. But I think if you allow tags, like extra tags, like maybe extend the 5th-year option to 2 players, a first round and a second round, find something, to do that. Instead of a franchise tag, do like a specific team tag where if a player is an unrestricted free agent, you can give them that tag salary, which will, they'll sign it. But if they go for another better offer, the team can compensate, with a 3rd round selection, like a new compensatory pick type of that to make it more easier. Because even though like the salary cap is moving on, the more players you under contract, your budget will have to, you have to restructure your contract year after year and let players go. So hopefully they figure something out.
I think 14's kind of high. I mean, he's going to want another contract, and I know the receiver market written, but I mean, I think 14 would be my max. I feel comfortable with paying Ayuk.
Well, the 5th-year option is basically the value. Because I remember a lot of people think, 14 million, yeah, it's fully guaranteed. But you look at, like the players who are rookies and what they're being paid and, what the floor is. And, the market resets every year, no matter what. So Brandon Ayuk, whenever he's going to be up, he's going to be paid a lot of money. And even if they franchise tag him in 2025, it's going to be a minimum. Let me do about $24-25 million, even if they tag him. Receivers are being paid. It's like quarterbacks, it is what it is. You cannot stop that. Or the league will, be like, you know what? We're not raising the price no more. That's, the offers for everybody. But then the union and the agents will complain. So that's why no matter what, I hope that the league does a max where they'll say, all right, this is the highest we're going to go with salary cap. We're not going to go up no more. That's it. Hopefully they figure that out, because if say a quarterback from this draft class is really good in 4 years and their contract is up, what would be like, oh, I want $60 million now. It's going to get ridiculous after a while.
Hey, Joe Stevens.
Don't mind the rest of us, Joe. Just say hi, Corey. Hey, do you guys know if, like, say the Niners, the state tax and everything, but say they go out of state to play the Raiders, and because they get game checks, does that, even though because they're not playing in California, do they still get the state tax taken out even though they're working in Vegas?
What?
So with the state tax, you know how they have the game checks during the season?
Mm-hmm.
California has the state tax, but if they play the Raiders, Nevada doesn't have state tax. So you're actually working in another state. So do they still have the state taxes taken out working in another state?
No, so the salary cap, under the NFL union, this is the law. Financial obligations is paid their local state tax no matter what. So say the Raiders, like they're all residents of Nevada, just like any job, like people who have to fly or leave the state. When they go to a state, the laws don't change financially because your finances are in another state. Say if you buy something there, you pay the local tax there. So it doesn't really matter if the Niners go to play the Raiders, like their salary is already being dictated by how the state is. Same thing with Nevada. Just because you go somewhere else doesn't mean your money flies with you. Your money still stays in the property where or however it is. So for example, like I do taxes, so I get a W-2 every year. If I go to Nevada, my W-2 doesn't change. I still got to pay the taxes for the state. So your money does not go nowhere. It stays where you pay taxes. So financially, I'm a money guy. I love money. So I know the tax code. It doesn't really affect, the salaries. It's the same thing. Like, if someone from Dallas, the Cowboys goes to Nevada, the taxes don't change because, a person is there. Your money's still in Dallas. So that's about it. But if you buy something from Nevada, so say I'm from San Francisco, I go there, I don't pay no taxes, because of the laws over there.
Yeah.
If someone from Nevada comes to California and you want to buy something, then you're screwed because then you have to pay those local taxes.
Yeah.
That's the best way to explain it.
Yeah, crazy. I actually go, 'cause there's two Walmarts where I'm at, but I go to the one that's like right up the hill from me because Douglas actually has a cheaper sales tax than here.
Yeah. So one good example that I'm going to tell everybody. I don't know how the taxes are in, well, even Corey, even though he lives in the Bay Area, he lives in Richmond, so the taxes are very different in that city. So San Francisco is a city and county. So this is how they do it: the local city tax and the local city county tax, state tax, and federal tax. So basically, I have a friend who has $1 million property because his father was in the military and he passed it on. When he passed away, he gave his son his house, which was about $1 million. Okay. The property tax, he pays 4 property tax: city, county, state, and federal. Federal is not as bad. So technically, federally, he gets discount because he's a homeowner. So he doesn't pay federal. State is not as bad, but you still got to pay there. But when it comes to local and county of San Francisco, they rack you. So he pays $15,000 a year for the property where the house is. So each month, I think he's paying maybe $1,200 of property tax just for San Francisco. Overall, I think he pays $1,600 for property tax. So that sucks. But my city is Daly City. Daly City is not a city; it's incorporated with San Mateo. So you don't pay local taxes. So you pay county and state. I don't pay federal taxes because I am incorporated in a county. So I don't pay federal taxes. So I'm very lucky. So my county's tax is very little and my city's tax is so little. That's why I live where I live, because it's the only place I can afford.
That's so stupid. I just got my letter yesterday. I'm 2 payments behind on my property tax. This is my $39. So
That's not true, Tommy. But what's up, Tommy? I disagree with what he says, but shout out to Tommy.
I know when I do my taxes, and sometimes if I've bought something online or out of the state, I will have to go to when I do my taxes in California, Texas tax. They ask if you bought something and you have to pay tax for it, and then you put it down tax that you didn't pay, and then they'll take away some of your money off the state.
Mm-hmm.
well, it's like, why are you punishing me for I own something? I pay the lease the land or whatever, but I own something. So why do you still got to get your freaking hands on? You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with you.
I know, I know this is sports related, but I don't think no one is a fan of taxes. I think the very few people who love to pay taxes are very patriotic. I love to pay my taxes. I like to help support my community. Take some. Hey, power to you, man. Power to you. But most people don't like paying taxes. But that's the only way we fund this country.
Mhm.
I get the
I,
rent.
I, I have an escrow account. I pay into it every month. It gets paid out of that every year. I don't even have to mess with it.
Mm-hmm.
My bank takes care of it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like personally, if we had better people who knew how to finance, you know, our country, I think our country can pay their bills, have money, and provide good services. And the best way to get taxes back is, uh, our leaders creating jobs using that money. And if you're creating a lot of jobs, you have less people who need extra money from assisted services. And I think that's the best way to help people. But unfortunately, like just like Al Capone said when after he got arrested, the most dangerous people are not gangsters, mobsters, people who are in the military, like people who do bad things. It's the tax man, because Al Capone did a lot of bad things, and because he didn't pay his taxes, that's why he went to jail. little, it's a little joke from a comedian.
Well, see, last time that I checked, calculated it out, the government took out about $2,000 total. Medicaid or not Medicaid, Social Security and all that. It was about $2,000, and I usually get about between 600 and 700 back. So there's like about $1,300 that I'm paying for the police and all that. I
Oh,
guess.
also, my bad, Tommy. Technically, SF SU is technically in an area called Stonestown. That area, that's still technically San Francisco. That's not Daly City. When you go into Daly City, it's a little bit more, has a more of a like a suburb, but that's on the other side. But if you're talking about near the Cow Palace, that's a rough area. That's a rough area.
Okay, John Jay.
Yep.
What if somebody wanted Brandon you? What would they have to give you?
If somebody wanted to what?
You, the GM of the 49ers,
Uh-huh.
and other teams is coming at you to get Brandon Ayuk. What would they have to give you for you to give them away?
Well, I think I already answered this question. I know Brian didn't like my answer, but what is Brandon Ayuk worth on the Niners? So what is his worth? Okay, that's the first question. Second, what is he worth for another team? Okay, what is he worth for another team? So if a team called me and they said, "Hey, can we talk Brandon Ayuk?" I said, "Okay. What do you want to talk about?" Uh, he was a first round pick. He's not a rookie. He's young. He had a 1,000-yard season. We want to give him his props. Um, may not be uh, Justin Jefferson. The big name wide receiver, but we need a wide receiver really badly. So what is the minimum you're willing to give us? So I would say, all right, this is my offer: 2 first-round picks. And the reason why you start up high is you want to see what the highest the other team is going to go. Okay. And the reason why you do that is because you want to see how desperate they are. If a team's like, we'll give you 2 first-round picks, they were desperate enough to do that. So they're like, all right, okay, the 2 first-round picks is a little bit too much. How about a first-round pick and a condition 4th round? If he plays well, will become a 3rd-round pick. Like you haggle. For those who don't know how to haggle, that's how you haggle. All right, they say, all right, here's my counter offer. I'll try to help you out. A 1st-round pick, but a conditional 3rd round. meaning that if he plays well, a first and a possible second round, or a first and a third round, worst case scenario. And then they're like, you know what? That's a good deal. Shake on it. They don't lose 2 first round picks, but you learn how to haggle because you do not give Brandon Ayuk away. Because if he means a lot to you, you try to get as much as you can. Or if they said, well, how about this? How about this? You need a center, and we have a center we drafted very uh pretty good, but he's had some issues, with the team. He wants out. We'll give you this good young center who's way better than Jake Brendel, and we'll give you a second and a third round next year. We need a center, to compete with Jake Brendel. I'll do that. So you have to make sure the compensation is worth it because they need a wide receiver and we need a position player. So if they offer us a good position player that will help the team and a draft pick, or very simple, I'm not going to tell the team what I want. I want a first and a third that could become a second round. So a first and a second round if he plays really well. So that's how I would run the Niners, how I would get my compensation for Brandon Ayuk. But at the same time, just because you have a first round pick and a possible third or second rounder, are those draft picks going to hit? So you are taking a big risk of letting a possible player who can have good success on another team, and you can have 2 busts. Look what happened with the Raiders. They traded Khalil Mack for a bunch of picks, and all those players, only Josh Jacobs panned out, and the other 2 players they drafted were bust.
Well, I think it's interesting you're talking about haggling and starting high. You're starting high with 2 1s, where me and Corey, I think both said 2 1s is what it would take for us to have them. So I guess you value him a little bit less, like a first and a third.
Well, of course, again, so there's a reason why haggling, you have to make sure, because you can't say like, hey, this is what we want, and you have to also work with them. Has anyone ever been to a pawn shop?
Mm-hmm.
I've been to a pawn shop once in my life, and I was selling a guitar that was given to me. I think the guitar was like close to $1,000. That's why, because someone helped my family, but they couldn't pay me, so they gave us this really expensive guitar. So because we needed the money, we went to a pawn shop, and the guy was like, "Oh, this is a fancy guitar. I know rock and roll people who want it. Look at all these cool stuff, like the design. This is like rock and roll, like someone who's in a band." And you know what? The pawnbroker said, "I'm interested." And then you're like, "All right." So our buddy said it's worth like $1,600. You want to know what the pawnbroker will say? I'll offer you $500, but the value of the guitar is what's worth it. So then you're like, "Whoa, that's way too less." So you haggle. The same thing when it comes to the NFL. That's how they do things. You have to know how to do that. It's an art. So the guy who wants to buy it has a price because he needs to make profit. For those who have to understand, like a pawnbroker needs to make his profit, so he doesn't buy nothing on where he will lose money. So they say, all right, well, what's your next offer?
I think we've all seen Pawn Stars.
No. I don't copy Pawn Stars. Like I've been in a pawn shop before, and I got a lot of friends who work at pawn brokers, but like real life, not a TV show, and it's much different. So the point is, you go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Eventually, both of you come to a price. All right, okay, I'll go down to 1,500. I'll go up 700. All right, I'll go down to this. Eventually, you guys meet in the middle, $1,000. He doesn't have to pay the price. So yeah, here's $1,000 cash. I'll take the guitar. He'll sell it for 1,700 because he needs to make a profit. Okay, and the reason why he does that, so then when a person comes in there, he knows that he needs to get a minimum of 1,600 for the value of the guitar, but he puts it up higher, and then they're like, then they go back and forth, and maybe the person will like, all right, the lowest I'll go is like 1,400. Deal. The guy made $400. So same thing when it comes to trading players, that stuff, and even contract signings. Like the Niners, the Niners have probably lowballed all the players that we've signed, and they've always been in the middle, and the Niners take care of their players. So that's personally how uh, the that's my answer.
Mhm.
I think
Yeah,
I think we can get 2 1s
uh,
for you.
Mhm.
but
So
yeah, it's just like because there was a store in the mall, and in this mall, this guy's always they was always making deals. Like say I come in there and I'm looking at these shoes, and I look and they got the price at $200 some dollars, and I'm like, I ain't shopping here. I'm not buying here. And then the store clerk say, wait, whoa, hold on. I'll give you those shoes for this certain price. Now also I will pay the tax on them shoes. Won't tax you, I'll pay it. And they just, and sometimes you can walk out of there with some good shoes that you only didn't pay that much. But now, yeah, you see so they, do you think they took Kinlaw off the trading block because nobody wanted him, or they just saying we'll keep him?
I don't think he was ever on the trade block, and me as a person, I'm going to give him 1 more year. I understand, everything. I know he got pushed around, but he was getting double teamed in that game, and Nick Bosa even got slammed on and laid on for 5 seconds, and nobody helped him up. So it wasn't just Kinlaw, but I'd give him another year because why not? Because if he turns out to be that guy, you know what I mean? Like, we're good.
well, like it's a double-edged sword. That argument. If Kinlaw has a good year, he has a good year. He stays healthy, plays every game.
Six
He's a
cent.
he's a free agent. Remember, so he's an unrestricted free agent. And then he could leave. He could bolt. For the money, and the Niners will be forced to pay him. So if he has a good year, it's a double-edged sword. So it's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. And when you have a good year, you're going to expect a lot of money. Look at Mike McGlinchey, good run blocker, pass blocking is a question mark. I'm not saying he's bad. I'm not saying he's good, but it's always been a question mark. His pass blocking, and the Broncos gave him, I think, like over $16 million.
17.5.
Okay, almost over $16 million. So he wanted the bag. So the Niners were like, you know what? Hey, let him go. Like I don't think the Niners wanted to pay him that much. I think they wanted to give him like a prove it deal. He probably said no. But if Kinlaw has a good year, if he has a really, really good year, he's probably going to ask for the bag. Okay. But if Kinlaw can't stay healthy and he's hurt and he can't play really well, then it's still going to be bad for us because he's not going to be in our team. So that's why that's why I'm the old school. Like again, I said this to YTC. I'm not a Giants fan, but Bill Parcell is the master on how you draft, how you do it, how you evaluate players. He did it the best way. Everywhere he went, he had success. Everywhere he went, he had great success. So
Hi,
overall,
Raphael.
yeah. So overall, it's a double-edged sword for Kinlaw. Like 3 years is how much you give a rookie to develop. 3 years is a long time. Yes, 3 years go by as quick, but If you cannot develop in 3 years or stay healthy in 3 years, you are going to be a bust. The league should not change, and we shouldn't, be nice to the players because that's your profession. I have never, like for example, like I've never told my boss I'm only going to go to work 52% of the time. Well, or I'm going to go to work, but I'm going to use all my sick days. That's not how the real world works, and that's their job profession. So it is what it is. So
Like Raphael says, y'all hit that like button, subscribe, everyone. Thank you, Raphael. So I keep on forgetting to say that and do that.
I think six sacks is good for Kinlaw. I think that's a good year for him. And Tommy Huxley, Gwinnett not a bust. He's making 17.5 million. He's not a bust.
well, he cashed in. We'll see how he does. Now, I will say this. I will say this, and uh, because I have a lot of respect for David McNiner. I'm going to say James, even though it's kind of weird. If Jimmy Garoppolo has a good year, but of course, like the Raiders are the Raiders. If he has a good touchdown interception ratio, good pass completion, flinging the ball down the field, and he and Devontae Adams are having great chemistry. But of course, the Raiders have no defense, and Mike McGlinchey plays well with the Broncos, and Jimmy Ward and all those players do way better. Is it the way we coach our team that causes a lot of injuries, or did Kyle really hinder a lot of his offensive players and Robert Sala, DeBico Ryans really hinder their defensive talent if they do really well? Because again, if Jimmy has a good year, I'm not saying he needs a winning record, but if he has like a good year where I'm not saying he's Deshaun Watson, but his passing numbers are very good, but their team's not winning, then first Raiders. I've always said this. I respect Carr. I'm not a Carr bandwagon, but Carr was not the problem. It's the Raiders, and so that's just what I would say. And then I'll say, Kyle, why did Jimmy do better over there? But at the end of the day, you know, we'll see what happens.
Okay,
So shout out to
Damon, you, Damon Ravens, you believe
Meek
Meek
Mill, the rapper.
Mill
Is he talking about
talk,
Meek Mill, the rapper?
yeah.
talk to Robert Kraft about Lamar and wanting to be a Patriot?
So I'm gonna
Oh,
shout.
so he's talking about the rapper Meek Mill.
Yeah, I didn't hear that, but I say shout out to Darwin. He's one of Joe's. I think he's on Joe's show every Monday or something like that. He's a Ravens fan. But Joe was gonna give everybody that he follows. This guy was write it down and start following everybody. Um, I know I heard some rumors about him going to New England, but I just that's not New England style. You know what I mean?
Ninth in the draft, no Pro Bowls, no All Pros. 6'8" should be Malheim.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, McGlinchey's big, but here's the thing: is like he's a run blocker. What do? We run the ball, so we're going to want run first guys that are better than at running than pass blocking, and that's what we had with McGlinchey. We're not going to have pass protectors on a run first offense. That's you draft for what you do. So that's the thing people don't, it's like.
Yeah, but even like a good example, like a team that runs the ball more than the Niners is the Titans. Derrick Henry, runs 25 or more times. So that's a good example. And Ryan Tannehill, I'm not saying he's great, but that right tackle and the left tackle, are not Trent Williams or whoever the best right tackle is. And they keep him up. They keep Ryan Tannehill up. So you still I'm not saying that if you run the football you still got to pass protect. You have to know how you're doing that. I'm not saying Mike McGlinchey doesn't know how to pass block, but the majority of the time, he's either causing penalties, missing assignments. He said, and even Burford said that Mike McGlinchey's been really good. He's been helping me out, and maybe Mike McGlinchey was screwing up because he felt Burford wasn't good, but Burford wasn't the problem. So was he making errors like dumb and not focusing on his assignment? So at the end of the day, you still have to cover your assignment, no matter what. Because again,
Raiders,
yeah,
Raiders also have 12 picks. ATM tied with the Texans.
yeah. So basically, like at the end of the day, like you still need to know how to pass block because football's not going to change. Football's not going to change. You do have to protect your quarterback. Okay.
And
Kevin Barlow was another bust.
here's another thing. Like you got to remember, he was coming off an injury that his freaking muscle was torn off his bone, right? Where they didn't know if he was going to play again. And on top of that, while he was hurt with multiple fractured ribs, none of us knew about it until they were healed. You know what I mean? So you got to give the guy, I'm not going to work if I got 2 broken ribs, and then it didn't come out until like week 7 or week 8 when they were finally healed.
Yeah.
But
So,
I mean,
but at the same time, like if you're not 100% healthy, why are you forcing yourself to go out there? Plus, also, there were videos where he was working out. He was good. He was lifting weights. He was doing all those leg stretches. He also sat down with a big YouTuber called Brad or something. And Michael Vincent said, "Oh, I'm good. I'm healthy. I'm perfect. I got some weight. I'm gonna be ready week 1." So either he was lying, and he played hurt, or he just didn't really do a good job because
Brad interviewed McGlinchey.
yeah, he that dude, the SF, or I mean the San Francisco Nine or whatever that guy,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
he had a bunch of players on in the off season, and one of them was there because Gavin, who's probably about to wake up because it's almost 6 a.m. in the UK, send me, hey, look, I left a message for Mike McGlinchey and he answered my question. He was a big McGlinchey guy. He's a big use check guy. So
Let me guess. He said, "Hey, do you think Juice is going to be captain this year?"
geez. I was rooting for him because he made me a believer, but then in my gut says he might get screwed and you know
David Menina, what you think of all this?
About McGlinchey leaving.
Um,
Well, I honestly, look at what our offense was doing kind of towards the end. With Brock Purdy out there, we're starting to pass the ball a lot more, and we do have a run first offense. That's true, but we also have Trent Williams, Aaron Banks, and Spencer Burford. So Jake Brendel, I'm gonna say he was playing good towards the end, and if he keeps trending up like that, then it might be a good thing we signed him back. But if not, we do have that guy we got from the Giants, which I don't know if he's mid or good. I mean, well, I guess we're going to find out. But right now, I'm honestly thinking that we need a guy that's an average run blocker on the right, but better pass protector than McGlinchey. Just because of the direction our offense was headed. We're traditionally a run first team, but typically we're running up the middle a lot. McCaffrey he does run out on the edge, but I mean, go left, let Trent Williams smash some people, But that's only going to last as long as Trent Williams is around, though.
Mm-hmm.
And this might be the draft. 11 picks. Don't need 11 picks.
Yeah.
This might be the draft to trade up and get a guy that can, that can actually play right tackle. Because some guys you draft the left tackle, swap him to the right, and he's not doing so hot over there. But draft the left tackle. Let's see what happens. Or draft a right tackle, and hopefully he can develop into Trent Williams' replacement. But then we're right back in the same situation, right?
Yeah.
Levi, you can call in if you want. You just gotta change your shirt.
Nah, who cares what he wears?
No, it's because it's got a hole in it, and he told me the story about why. He's just superstitious, so I was just messing
Yeah,
around.
whatever. It's what it is.
Shout out
I personally don't
to
care.
the Juice, the former Ravens. Yep.
So I heard, what's his name? He calls in on Eric Crocker and Wayne Breezy Terradome.
Yeah.
He called in on the Niners, podcast, talking about Trey Lance. Believe in Trey Lance. I listen to him. He sounds like a preacher. Like, I don't know if he's a preacher.
You see what Tommy says? He says the reason why we couldn't run up the ball up the middle is because of Brindle's shit run blocking.
Anyway,
What do y'all think about that?
I can't even remember not being able to run up the middle or nothing like that. I just was it was a magical year, man. Get over here! They took my heart away.
If I remember correct, you as a 49er use a lot of outside zone runs. Easier to find techno guys to race rare maulers.
mm-hmm.
Compton Brindle showed that we trust in the development at the line. Maybe I'm eating some barbecue.
Mm. So I don't know if
Thank you though.
so I don't know if Levi's is going to have a summer event, because every 2 years, like for the fans who are like soccer fans, the World Cup just ended, but the U.S. has another tournament. So I don't know if they're gonna use Levi's for some of the group games. Yeah, too bad those tickets are gonna be like a lot of money.
How many years do you think until we can get a new stadium?
How many what?
Years until we can get a new stadium?
Oh my goodness.
Now, as a person who grew up and was fortunate to live in the Candlestick Park area, it's a touchy subject, but I will say this. If the relationship with the mayor, who does not like the Yorks, okay, she's made that very clear. She won re-election, so he'll be there for 4 more years. If her relationship with the Yorks, like between now and 4 years, and she says you got to get the F out of the city, and go back to San Francisco or find another place to play, I see them returning back to San Francisco. Now, will that happen? It has to be really bad when a mayor, again, and the mayor is not a big fan of the Yorks because they got a lot of like, issues because the people who live in Santa Clara do not want that stadium. Like 15 years ago, when they voted for the stadium out there, they were like, yeah. And then they realized it's a horrible location. It's right next to a theme park. It's right near the airport in San Jose. And when they're night games and the planes are flying over, they have to go. They got to fly towards the ocean out there and then do a U-turn to go to their location. So it's really bad for that. So the only thing, personally, in my opinion, like I want them to come back. Unfortunately, that's never going to happen. That's their home. I do think the Yorks probably in a couple of years they're going to renovate the stadium because they might have to fix some of the stuff. They might put a roof over the area where fans don't like to sit because during the warm days it really burns people.
Yep.
One person already passed away from going to that stadium because they had heat stroke. So I think the Yorks will be, you know what? Let's just renovate the stadium. Like basically, they're going to probably do it in 3 phases. So one off season, they'll renovate another thing, another off season. It'll be like a 3-year process. The stadium personally will probably look like an MLS stadium. That's probably how it's going to be. But again, it was the dumbest structure, and the location that they picked it was a dumb place. I disagree with that dude who says he lives in Santa Clara, that the whole community loves it. That's BS. He's a homer. He's just happy he doesn't have to drive all the way up to San Francisco. Same thing, I think, with that Brad. I think he also lives out there. So I think he's just a homer. Oh, I'd have to drive to the city. And plus, I don't want to go there and say my next statement because I still believe the fans. Never mind.
Yeah, I would like. John Jay.
Yep.
I want to thank you for the yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
For doing the trivia last night. Filling in.
Oh, no worries, man. No worries. Yeah, because you didn't really look good there for a moment. So, like, if you ever need me to ask some questions, like if you want to like rotate, like you ask some questions, I ask some questions to make it more easier on you. We can do that. Just let me know. Let me know.
Did you guys hear that the Chiefaholic didn't? He skipped his bond.
The what?
The Chiefaholic guy.
I don't know who that is.
I don't either.
McNider.
Yeah,
So basically, he's a guy that dresses up in a gorilla suit. They call him the Chiefaholic, and he was robbing banks to pay and bet like $1,000 on a game, and he was all famous or whatever. And then they found out because he's using his same costume to rob banks, and they tracked him down within 7 minutes one time, and like he was all like even everybody on the team knew him. Like he's met him and everything. He went to a Russell Wilson fundraiser and bought a painting, and he was robbing banks in every city that he went to that they played to pay for the games. He's in jail, and they got like they let him out to go to a family vacation or something during the Super Bowl, and he never came back. And there's like $1 million bond out on him and everything.
that is dumb.
Maybe he was a wolf. I don't remember.
I don't know. It's so weird.
Wow.
It's so weird. I said this on TRL stream. It's like Californians, we get a bad rap. That's all I'm gonna say. But all the dumb things that happen don't happen here. It happens everywhere else. So, I don't know. And again, I'm not saying California is perfect. We have our problems, but there's a reason why people talk about the Florida man, another Florida man, issue. People in New York, like they act like they're entitled brats, and then in and again, I've never been outside of California, but like people here make fun of the South because of how people think out there. I'm going to be very careful, but there are certain stereotypes out there. Things like that. So, and of course, like Nevada has its reputation. If you go to Nevada, people, things like that. So
Come on.
I'm in Nevada.
So that's about it. Oh man.
I live in FL now, and all things are fucked up. Come from here.
Well, I know because we know Michael or Butters or whatever, the Bears fan. He lives in Florida. I don't know if you guys told you this, but apparently there was like a hurricane or something that happened in Florida, and Butters was like, John Jay, outside my house, we had water and a shark was swimming, and I'm like, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, dude, you want to know what's in water? A shark. He's like, oh, my bad.
That's funny.
That is sad. Like, you don't know that sharks swim in water?
Oh yeah, I guess the Raven guy, he went to school to become a sports agent, and I think he got a degree or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm. I met a guy last year. He's a college student trying to get a degree. He also lives in Florida, but he's a Steelers fan. He has a channel of 17,000 subscribers, and he told me once he gets his degree with his YouTube channel, because he has a good following, he wants to create like his own little medium business. So shout out to him, and he's only 22. Squabo, our friend, with the one we make fun with the pie in the face, he's a real journalist. He's a journalist and a reporter for out in Spokane. So he's works for a news company. So props to him.
Yep. Shout out to Squaba.
Steezy is still a college student, but he works for a local area in Seattle, a radio show. So between 10 and 2, like once a week. So like those guys, are going to be something. So, okay. So they are, they're doing good for themselves. Shout out to them. I don't know what my YouTube channel, because again, like I technically quit, so I'm not a content creator. I just have fun now. But if anything happens, like if say somehow my channel blows up like accidentally, and I'm able to make some extra side income, because YouTube's not going to make me rich. So I would rather work my boring day job, make the little money, but I'm happy. I'm
We're at
happy.
200 something.
What?
How many subs you at? Like 200?
I got almost 2,000.
Got 2,000 subs?
Yeah, I got 1,922. So I'm 73. I'm 70. I'm 77 subs away from 2,000. So,
You're not monetized?
I'm monetized,
Oh, yeah?
and that's why I can't do like that's why I can't do like I'm careful what I say because when you're monetized, YouTube has serious guidelines and rules that you have to follow because guess what? They're paying you money, okay? And also when you become monetized, they review your channel. So even if you have nothing that's like there's no anything threatening or anything illegal, but if you're cursing, they basically give you a copyright claim to clean it up, or YouTube takes that money. Or if you have some content that you don't own, whoever owns it, that fraction that goes to you goes to that creator. And our boy CG uh, had a channel where he got demonetized because he was stealing content. So CG, if you're listening, I'm not taking a shot at you, but you kind of did that to yourself, and then you got demonetized again because he doesn't listen to the rules.
McAfee cusses all the time on his show.
Well, because he's not monetized anymore, so he doesn't care. So yeah,
Who's CG? CG Ruthless? Or
and
Yep.
CG,
Yep.
is that the guy with the shades?
yeah,
Oh, I just
Yeah,
caught it.
Chris.
Yeah, it was my first day watching his videos today. I watched a couple.
yeah.
Let me see what I was thinking of. Oh, I don't know how much I have. I know before I started this video, I had 128 subscribers. I don't know if my man here subscribed to me already, and another new guy I saw on Gotti, if they subscribed.
Yep. See, even he says it. He worries about. Yeah, you got to be really careful. Okay, it's sad. You know.
It is.
You see what they did to Pat Mac?
Honestly, there's other platforms I can't remember the name of them that don't, that aren't as hardcore as censorship and stuff like that, like YouTube. But my friend Bobby, and that's a chick. She tells me about them all the time, and
Mhm.
I
I
have
know
to
there's
say
a,
she's more intelligent than I am, so I better start listening to her.
but I know it is Raider guy named Dirty, and I want to be wondering how they get away with stuff and not get demonetized. So they be up there, they be having naked women coming across the screens and cussing and stuff. I'm like, man, why is everybody else getting in trouble for this, but y'all don't? How y'all get away with this?
I know.
They did McAfee dirty because he paid, I don't know, like $10 million or whatever to get the coverage of the games and even the mic'd up sections. They're going to have a mic'd up part of it every week with the NFL films. And then they sent him a thing that says you can't use our logos and stuff. So they were like literally drawing cartoon characters, and they had to call them. They couldn't call them they had to say like APA players or whatever, and that went on for a few weeks. It was like, and he paid, for those rights.
Well, and if you pay for those rights, you should just be able to get them, right?
Yeah. It's weird because I know like there's like a
What's
24
up,
hour window.
everyone?
There's like a 24-hour window where you can show the game, but only for like 24 hours. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
Coming in, my man, David Corona.
Hey, what's up?
So
Oh, let me tell y'all something. I already put the um and guess what? Guess who's first?
Steve-O.
No, it's right now in order I have John Jay first. So if he come on Thursday, he'll be the first. And and then it's after John Jay is Bryant. And then after Bryant is No More Sports. Then after No More Sports is we got David in. I think it's either David McKnight or David Corona.
So what's the between John Jay and Bryant? How many points is the difference? How many did John Jay win by?
Oh, I'm talking about in order how order I put them in.
Yeah,
Usually I had
I personally don't care what my score is. I really don't. I'm just here to have fun.
yeah. I just no, I'm just saying David Corona don't have to worry about being first this
Just
time.
like,
So,
just like his
And
Lakers.
ask the question.
Yep, like my Lakers.
so what's up, Dave? What's up, David Corona?
What's up, John Jay?
So, uh, I want to be careful how I say this. Again, this is not me. Someone asked you this on Friday, but someone said that you know, asked you if you went to jail. Is that true?
Yeah,
No. Sorry to hear that.
2006 to 2010.
Hmm.
Oh, I thought done more recently. Oh, that was that
I
day.
got
Though.
I got
So
the date wrong.
Yeah. I, I personally, in my opinion, no one should ever ask people personal stuff like that. I think that's rude. That should be your personal thing. But I'm sorry to hear that, dude.
I think Beto was just clowning around. I didn't think he was really gonna ask all these questions.
Mhm. I've been in trouble before, but I've been very fortunate to change my life. And I had a lot of friends in my personal life. Like I said, we grew up tough. We didn't have a lot of opportunity. Some of us made bad choices. But that's why I'm grateful every single day. Like I joke around, I'm goofy, but like so
Hey,
I always try to be nice to everybody because
what you guys were talking about? My name popped up the other night.
What do you mean?
Oh, Brian or John Jay. You guys were talking yesterday, or and you guys bought my name involved.
No, I didn't hear anything. Well, I mean, I was there when it happened, but I didn't hear anybody talking about it.
Uh,
No, they were just saying Brian was saying that you sound like you was getting mad yesterday. I mean that day on show that you was getting mad at John Jay.
oh
Yeah.
yeah. So what happened also on that stream on because you know I left. Brian was talking about that I'm very disrespectful. And so I told Brian, I said, yeah, Brian, I told Brian in the past, I did lose my temper at him one time because he was asking me an annoying question. And I felt bad. And I immediately apologized. I immediately apologized to Brian. And then he brought something up. And all I said to Brian was like, if you want to talk to me about something private, don't tell people, because that's being disrespectful. And then I told Brian, I know David Corona is not a Warriors fan. He's a Lakers fan. So it's banter. You know, we joke around, we have fun. But, you know, that was a little bit uncalled for. And that's why. And again, I like Brian. Brian, if you're listening, you are a good dude. You're a great guy. You know, so much respect. He lets me go on his channel. But there's certain things you do not talk about when someone's not in the room, because that's like gossiping. So that's what happened. You know,
Oh,
Mm.
that's what happened. Nothing serious.
yeah. You always joke around, but you're like, you never disrespect me.
Oh, no,
You know.
I have never crossed the line. Like, I know I'm not a fan of your teams. Is what it is. But I have a lot of respect for David Corona. Yes, of course, we have different teams from different sports that we like, but that's a sport thing. You know that. You know, of course, all fans, just like the Seahawks dude. You know, like he likes the Seahawks, but he's very respectful. He's very respectful. Like Seahawks Eddie, Squabo, and Steezy. They're very respectful. Yeah.
Yeah. I was just tripping out. I was listening to it, and I said, "Why are my names popping up?" Like,
Yeah.
I
So
don't know.
I know. Hey, again, I take full responsibility, but like I said, like we all got to treat each other with respect. If you're not going to be doing that, then you're gonna have a lot of tit for tat little baby stuff. We can't be doing that.
Yeah, shoot. I had 13 felonies on me at one time. And I don't have any, so the system's stupid. They try to jack you up with all this stuff to try and get you to plead.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, because I know you guys,
All
man.
right.
I haven't watched football. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I gotta go because I gotta work early in the morning, guys.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt you, Steve-O.
All right.
Yeah, y'all have a good night, and
Have a
I'll
good
see
night,
you
David.
guys next time.
Okay.
Yep, you too.
Thanks for having me, Corey.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome. David Corona.
Yes, sir.
Did you see what John Lynch said about Brock Purdy and Trey Lance?
I heard something. He was talking. He was in his office or something like that, and he was talking about Brock Purdy, and I didn't hear what he said about Trey Lance, but he was saying something about like Brock Purdy, like uh, about was it about his injury? I didn't hear too much about it, but I just heard about like Brock Purdy this and this and that.
No, he said, basically, he said Brock Purdy's the starter.
Oh, right on.
You
But
don't.
but
You don't.
is he healthy to start? I don't want to rush the guy.
Yeah.
Well,
So you don't think it should be a competition between him and Trey? We should just hand the keys to Brock Purdy.
I think they should battle it out. Whoever wins the job gets the job.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My next question is: I saw, he said, I saw rumors that Trey Lance
I
to
I
Minnesota
heard,
Vikings
I heard
will
he
be
might get he's on the rumors to get traded.
replacements.
I've been hearing three Titans, Green Bay, and the Dolphins want to trade for Trey Lance. I don't know if that's true or not.
No, I don't think so. What do you think about the guy you see the offensive tackle that we signed from the Colts?
Yeah, I did see that. I don't know about too much about him.
Okay.
Well, well, how's he look?
I think we all think he just what do you call that camp
Backup.
backup. He's
Oh,
just
backup.
I think he's gonna be the backup mostly. He's a just a body placement.
Yeah,
And how you feel about the 49ers? Um said that they gonna pick up McGlynn not McGlynn. Brandon Ayuk.
you missing that guy, huh?
Brandon Ayuk. Um
Oh, I'm pretty. I'm happy they brought him back for his fifth option, but they need to resign him. They need sign Bosa, and after that they need to sign him too.
Let's see. The, any rumors about Trey Lance being traded? I know how people. I know how people are. With rumors and stories. But I don't think Trey Lance is going nowhere. Again,
yeah, me too.
I will stand by that. I will stand by that opinion. I will stand by it. I'm not going to change my mind. I'm going to stand by it. The reason why I don't think he's going to go nowhere is that even if Brock Purdy, everything goes really well, he will be eligible to, to come back the day of cut day, basically cut day, a week before Thursday night football. Okay. He's not going to have a preseason. He's not going to have training camp. Okay. He's not going to be working with the first team. So you need to have a quarterback. Sam Darnold, he doesn't know the playbook yet. And even if he walks in there, it's going to take a while for him to understand that those sequence of playbooks. So Trey Lance knows the playbook. Trey Lance has played. They used them wrong, but at the end of the day, I stand by it. Trey Lance is not going to go nowhere. I do think, and again, I am not a Brock Purdy hater. I do not hate Brock Purdy. I give him his props. He played great. He played really, really great. But at the end of the day, Trey Lance is going to start. And if Trey Lance does not look good, they will put in Sam Darnold until Brock Purdy is medically cleared to play football. I
Yeah,
don't think Trey Lance is going to be awful. I think he's going to have a learning curve, but I think he will run away with the job if he stays healthy.
you
Nothing.
know, you know, What I was thinking. He hasn't played with Christian McCaffrey. He hasn't played with uh um all these weapons we have. You know what I mean? So he needs to fix a couple things
Mm-hmm.
to get him better, and so he could be the starter and take us to that next step.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think.
Yeah, he didn't play with Kittle either because Kittle was out a couple games.
Oh yeah, Kittle too.
But then again, Purdy didn't play without Debo for a month too. So
Debo, McCaffrey, Kittle, Brian Ayuk. Oh no, did he play with Brian Ayuk?
Yeah.
So I think he'd be better, and he doesn't have to run that much. He has that arm. He has that arm, and he could use it to make those deep passes or make those passes and just pass it to the ball to our players.
Okay, David, I asked everybody this question already too. Um, if Brock Purdy would won the Super Bowl, he would have got hurt and won the Super Bowl, would you automatically say he's the starting quarterback next season, or would you still have a competition?
Mm, I say because both of them young, and if I say if Brock Purdy did win the Super Bowl, let him let him let him earn it again for the next season, and let them battle it out, because we got two young quarterbacks, and let them battle. Whoever wins the battle, they should start.
Okay. And if you was the GM of the 49ers and they they came at you, like say that you was GM of the 49ers and the Giants, your Giants came to you and said they want Brandon Ayuk, what would they have to give you for you to give for them to have Brandon Ayuk?
Nah, I'm not getting rid of him.
Not getting rid of him?
Nah,
So
hell no.
what if they came with you and they said, we'll give you 2 first rounds picks and a second round next season and a second round season after that?
Man, nah, I still keep him. Give me, give me, give me, give me, give me three. Give me 3 first round picks, a second, and the third, and the fourth. Maybe.
Mhm.
But nah, I don't want to get rid of him. He's our number one target, and he's growing, and he's getting better each season, and yeah, he's just growing and growing and getting better and better. So all these players, he's learning from all these players we have, and he's just getting better and better. I'm not getting rid of him. Nah.
Okay, let me ask this guy a question. Um,
Is this guy new?
He's
yeah.
Joe's channel.
Um, do you think your team, the Ravens, gonna keep Lamar Jackson? Let me know in your chat what you think about that.
What do you think? What do you think, John Jay? John Jay. Yeah, I don't think he's there.
Hey, Corona, because I haven't watched basketball, caught a lot of games the last 2-3 years or whatever. So, because I know you and John Jay have this rivalry. Does the team have the rivalry, or is it just fans?
Mm, I don't think it's a rival. I just think like because he's a Warriors fan, I'm a Laker fan, and he just jokes around, and I joke around with him, and I'm not too sure about that. I don't know.
My bad. I was on the phone call. What I miss?
Oh, I was gonna ask you. If the GM asked you, Brian Ayuk, I told Corey asked me, would you get rid of Brian Ayuk? And I said maybe 3 first round picks, a second, and maybe a third and the fourth. But I don't want to get rid of Brian Ayuk. What do you think?
Hmm. And see, for this year, you keep Brandon Ayuk. You see what he's able to do. The NFL is doesn't stand for the National Football League. It stands for the Now Football League. What do you do now? And Brandon Ayuk, has expectations. He was given a 5th-year option if he takes it, so he'll be under contract for 2 years if he takes the 5th-year option. But he also has expectations. He has to play very, very well. So at the end of the day, again, like, look at all the players we lost this offseason. It was the most players we've lost in the Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, tenure. So it's a business. So you can't get attached, with these players. When I was a kid, I would get attached with all the players. I said, "Oh no, they can't go." But then as you get older, and you learn the business of it, like I'm still angry that Buckner left, but it was a business.
Oh yeah, me too.
So at the end of the day, you can't keep everybody. So if Brandon Ayuk keeps, accepts the 5th-year option, it's $14 million guaranteed. He'll be with us for 2 years. We'll have time to extend them, so we don't have to worry about that. Or if all the rumors are true, which I don't think so.
I think Jenny's gone next season.
We're not going to keep all the wide receivers. We're not going to keep Debo, Ayuk, and Jennings. So we'll see what happens next year. We'll see what happens next year. But right now, Brandon Ayuk is on the team, and he's not going nowhere.
Nah, he's not going nowhere.
Okay. Don says it's a tragic, honestly, but I think there's a bad blood now and just contract talks. I think it's the best for both. Okay.
Baltimore and Lamar to both those.
So it's tragic, honestly, but I think there is bad blood now, not just contract talks. I think it's best for Baltimore and Lamar to go both ways, sadly. So I actually know, I wouldn't recommend, talking to him. He's one of YTC's friends. He's a Baltimore Ravens fan. He's a little bit out. He's a little bit out there. Like, again, remember, YTC comes from a community of talking smack, and that's the nicest way to put it. So that's why they always argue. Like, you guys see it, Corey. You guys see it, Corona. They're always arguing. But anyway,
this guy
fan,
YTC?
Yeah, they're always arguing, like TOP, awesome kid, all those guys are always arguing.
Yeah, for sure.
But remember, but they're young. They're under 25 years old. They're young, so they're kids.
Yeah, exactly.
So
they don't know better.
So, that guy. But anyway, he, like, is already giving up on the season. He's like, all right, we're going to be horrible. This is how I see the Lamar Jackson. And again, this is from an outsider looking in. So I don't have the right answer.
Why we should like get rid of Sam Darnold and why we don't go after him?
So here is the thing. Lamar Jackson was offered a 3-year, 100 and something, like a lot of money.
$156 million.
So a lot of money for Lamar Jackson. And he said no. He said no. Now he wants to be traded. Here's the problem. Because they exclusively tagged him, a team will have to give the Ravens 2 first-round picks. And they would have to pay Lamar Jackson the money he wants. So I see 2 situations. Either they keep him on the roster and they'll play the quarterback who's the backup, and he'll hold out for the entire year, and then he'll go to the free agent market. Or 2, they'll be like, you know what? Let's cut him. Let's just cut him. Let's release him. Let's get rid of him. That's the only thing I see Lamar Jackson, because Atlanta said we're not paying the price. The Commander said, we're not paying the price. A lot of teams already said, we do not want Lamar Jackson. So that's my thoughts about the Lamar Jackson situation. Unless the Ravens, cave. But one thing that I know about the Ravens, they do not pay for star athletes. They do not do that.
Well, they play Flacco.
And he wants 250 million, huh?
So
No.
I think they learned from playing Flacco, but the contract that he was offered had up to 200 million with the injury bonus and everything else. But here's the thing: he wants to save 10 million by not hiring an agent. So if you're trying to save 10 million, you're not going to come to the Niners and then pay an agent, and like basically 50% of that is gone.
So basically, in the first week of free agency, this is what the NFL Network said. He was offered a $133 million contract for 3 years. So they offered him $44.3 million fully guaranteed. So $44.3 million fully guaranteed. And you want to know what he did? He's like, oh, I need an agent. I need someone to look over this contract. And again, I am not the biggest fan of agents, but at the end of the day, I feel bad for Lamar. I think what he's doing is backfiring.
Well, the thing is, it was 133, but there was also an injury guarantee, and then there was also like a bonus guarantee, so it was up to 200 million. But that was just 133 was the base.
The last guarantee was technically what they referred to as what's known as a Springer. And it was more of actually a roster bonus. Honestly, the Ravens were a little dishonest there on that. Hi, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Hello.
What's up,
Nate?
Oh, it's the
What's happening,
Ravens
Black
fan.
I was like, you know what? I gotta join in now. Like, I saw the link earlier.
What's your name?
My name's actually Levi in real life.
Levi?
Nice to meet y'all.
Yeah, you too, man. My name is David.
Nice to meet you, David.
Nice to meet you. I know one Ravens fan, but he's always negative, and he's
I try to consider myself a fan of football, so I try to take a lot of my bias out of my Ravens. And like you're saying, it's a hard business. And this whole Lamar situation, you're correct on the whole Joe Flacco. When we drafted Lamar, we were still dealing with the fallouts of Joe Flacco's previous record-breaking contract. And that's part of the problem. Steve Biscotti looked at Joe Flacco years ago and said, you want to get paid the best, win the Super Bowl. And Flacco bet on himself on his fifth-year option, played it out, won the Super Bowl. We rewarded Joe Flacco.
You guys got lucky.
Mm-hmm. We've been blessed. We've been blessed here in Baltimore. So we were still dealing with after effects of that. And that's why I say it's like unfair to Lamar. We didn't, in my opinion, it's like as a Ravens fan, it is hard to judge Lamar because you have to look at Greg Roman to start with. You have to look. I've been a vocal opponent of Harbaugh, to be honest with you. Well, that gets me some criticism.
Hey, so I didn't finish your show with Joe. Where did you guys have the Niners ranked in your power rankings?
You all are number one on my side on the NFC. Just in my opinion, for the 49ers, the combination of having Trey Lance for 2 more years on like $9 million in average, while also having Purdy recovering from the UCL injury, your quarterback situation is going to be great. The Sam Darnold thing is a pretty solid signing, honestly. And your roster, you're one of those teams. It's what I talk about Baltimore. Would you rather have a Super Bowl winning quarterback with a subpar roster or a roster that is arguably like the best in the NFL with a rookie contract or a quarterback on a friendly like rookie quarterback deal? And that's your two models essentially in the NFL right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take that. I'll take that any day.
I know, like let's see. Well, like this is the first time I meet you, so first of all, nice to meet you.
Yeah,
and that Ravens fan, I want to talk a little bit about him. He's a mutual friend who's a Giants fan. They come from a community where they all they love to do is just goof around and they don't take their sports serious. But they're
Giants fans might actually have something to look forward to this year too.
So this Ravens fan, like he does a show, he doesn't show his face, like he keeps his, stuff private. I get it. And he always like he calls himself a Ravens fan, but all he does is like, I hate Lamar, I hate this dude, I hate our coach, I hate our ownership. Like that's what he does. And he kind of says some things that I disagree and some things I agree. And that's why, like
there are a lot of Raven fans like that, in my opinion.
So in my perspective, I just go with what is out there, what NFL has reported, what the Twitter, legitimate Twitter saying, and all the stuff that's coming from Lamar and his camp. And I put an educated guess. Yeah. So that's the first thing that that I wanted to say. And also to 49ers stuff, I actually live here in the Bay Area. So I grew up like a diehard. Like I'm one of the rare fans who still support the team, because there are a lot of San Franciscans who do not like the Niners being in Santa Clara, and there's a real disconnect right now with the franchise, with their fan base. What is a real 49er fan? But yeah, like Trey Lance, like he's had the short end of the stick. I feel bad for him, but at the same time, Kyle has lost potentially 3 Super Bowls because of bad quarterback play. Yeah, and it's Kyle's fault. And people are like, oh, let's blame Jimmy Garoppolo. Let's blame Jimmy. Jimmy, he wasn't the problem. He had his.
He's not great, but.
Yeah. And that's what everyone says. Like, even that New York Giants fan and all of his friends, they all agree he's not great, but he's not awful.
Exactly.
And then there's a New England Patriots fan who he's from Louisiana. He's a good dude, and he says, I would take Jimmy back to my Patriots because he's not sold on Mac Jones, but he says anyone's better than Mac Jones. So like everyone, that is not a 49er fan says, come on, like I know he's not perfect, but you Niner fans are just like ungrateful. So a lot of people who are not Niner fans, they call us ignorant because we don't know what we're talking about.
Man, the Niners, I respect the Niners organization. I played a little bit of semi-pro football when I was younger. I played a little bit of like tight end and linebacker. I'm like 6'3". I played I was like 230. I walked on, not even working out. I ran like a 4.7 40. I've just always been like athletic. But one of my semi-pro buddies I still talk to is a huge 49ers fan. And just how your organization over the time, your front office actually does a respectable job, depending on what era, I guess, kind of. But, like case in point, your current model was basically build the team first. We have a saying in Baltimore, don't pay the running back, pay the guys that block for him. It's as simple as that. And I respect how the Niners have built their team, to be honest with you. What happened to y'all this past year, quarterback-wise, was just horrific and tragic.
Yeah.
And y'all have 10 picks, 11 picks coming into this draft, I believe.
Yeah.
And that's why, again, I have y'all so high on my list. I never saw Javon Hargrave going to y'all.
And I don't think we're gonna probably draft 11 picks. I think we might, have to do some trading.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's still a lot of people that are going to be moved. But I made a point for the Ravens. Like, if we use the exclusive franchise tag on Lamar, it would have cost us, I believe, $11 extra million this season, going from like 32 to 43 million. Baltimore would have had to tear apart this roster already. I was heartbroken for Calais Campbell, the former Jacksonville Jaguar. Mm-hmm. I wanted the Super Bowl so badly just for that man, because that man deserves a Super Bowl. And I hope wherever he goes, he gets it. I don't care if it's with my Ravens or not. We already had to let him go. Marcus Peters is still sitting there, and we have done nothing. You mentioned earlier talking about our backup. Huntley is a restricted free agent that just got a right of first refusal tender. So if anyone came in and basically put $5 million or higher to give him a deal, the Ravens can't match it right now. So right now we don't even have a backup on roster.
How many picks do you guys got?
The lowest in franchise history, 5, because we received for the first time in franchise history 0 compensatory picks.
Damn,
as well. Crazy. We are not in a good situation, and when I take a look, like acting as the GM of my Ravens, it's hard, and so it's one of those ones. If you sign Lamar to the deal right now, again, you're going to have to gut this roster even further, have 0 picks. And again, like what kills me about Raven fans, I see, oh, sign this guy, sign DeAndre. With what money? With what picks now? We're going to have to do a lot of work. And it's like I said, it's one of those ones. I wish the best for Lamar. I've been a vocal fan of Lamar coming out of Louisville when everyone called him a running back. I called them crazy. He can do it. I watched the man go through his reads. Now, but as a true fan of football, I'm also critical of Lamar not cleaning up some of his footwork issues, which that again derives from coaching issues. I called it on my channel. He had issues with James Urban, our former quarterback coach, because he refused to work with him in the offseason and worked with his own private coach down here in Florida, which is again why we saw inconsistencies in mechanics, which leads to that slight 20% difference in accuracy. And that's why sometimes Lamar, I'll tell anyone, Lamar has number 1 MVP potential, in my opinion. Has he played up to that? Absolutely not. And he's actually slowly played worse since his 2019 MVP season. But it's, again, when you got Greg Roman and John Harbaugh,
There are a lot of rumors right now. You guys, if you guys saw your quarterback, you guys gonna sign Beckham.
And see, again, Beckham. So the thing is, Beckham, and again, Raven fans were clamoring for this. And I said, guys, realistically, look at the business. Beckham literally put out a tweet saying he got $4 million in a year average offer, and he balked at it. That's exactly how much the Ravens had to work with roster-wise. So even if we gave everything to him, that's what he's laughing at. So again, I'm like, that's why we signed Nelson Aguilar to 1 year, 3.75 with incentives up to 5 to 7, I believe. Okay, signing, but that's all we can do. That's literally all until the Lamar situation finishes. Baltimore is literally handicapped and just shackled on the sideline watching everything.
You guys just going. I'm not saying you guys going down, but you guys going like.
I'm telling you right now, I'm calling it. Stetson Bennett is going to get drafted to the Ravens. It's not going to be first round, of course, but it makes all the sense in the world.
What's funny about Lamar is 4 out of his 5 years, he's thrown 2-to-1 touchdown interception ratio. In one of those years, he actually threw 2.4, but every other year it's 2 or less, except for that MVP year. That's a 2-to-1 is like a Jimmy G, Derek Carr guy, and we might have a quarterback for you too, by the way.
What's funny is I did some film review and my computer's slowly dying. I couldn't stitch together the videos, but I did 3 different games this past season using NFL to Plus. And it's like we talked about, I could get in a lot of trouble if I did post it, which I, also played into it. But, Lamar, case in point, in the Miami game looked MVP worthy. But I could show you 2 other games where he's throwing swing passes to his halfbacks into the dirt from a clean pocket. And that's the frustrating part for me, how inconsistent he can be sometimes.
You guys had that big old lead against the Dolphins, and you guys blew it, and you guys lost.
I was at that game, actually. That was my actual first. I grew up in South Carolina. I went to some Panther preseason games, but I took my girlfriend to that game in Miami. That was our first NFL game together, and I watched the Dolphins spank us.
That's crazy. That's cool, though.
Yeah, hey, I shook the Dolphin fan's hand at the end. And just like you said, the other Ravens fan was literally trying to start fights. And I'm like, yo, chill, man. Be respectful. We lost. We weren't having that good of a season.
That's what happens when you guys, when they drink a lot of beer and they want to act crazy and they want to fight.
I really thought if Tua didn't play well, he had a big chance of coming here. As I live down here in Southwest Florida now, Lamar has such a huge following here. Of course, because he grew up in Hollywood, basically.
That's crazy.
But so it's just one of those ones. I don't know if y'all know, we hired Todd Monken, the University of Georgia offensive coordinator, to be our offensive coordinator. Stetson Bennett. So Stetson Bennett, of course, coming out in this year's draft, was his quarterback for the past 2 national championships, who got better under every year and is seen as maybe a second round or later pick this year. Pretty good deep ball, but he's 5'11", so he's a little smaller.
If you guys didn't have a quarterback, would you sign Jimmy G?
I could see Harbaugh making that decision. I feel like that's a Harbaugh guy. Like, to be honest with you, I could have seen that. But Jimmy G, I talked about this earlier with Joe. I think Jimmy G and the whole going to Josh McDaniels in the Raiders, I think that's Josh McDaniels' ego saying, I can take the backup of Tom Brady and I could do this. Like,
Right.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Yeah. He's gonna
They
mess
do
up
have a
that
lot
whole
of draft picks too, though.
He's gonna mess up that whole team.
I mean, look,
So,
the only reason he's still the head coach is we can't afford to fire him.
I know. Like, this is the thing. Like, the Raiders played in Oakland. You know, I lived in Oakland for 3 years. And
I'm sorry. No, I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding.
anyway, so, you know, like, there are a lot of East Bay Raider fans. And
Yep.
they've always said, as long as Al Davis or his son runs the team, we're not going to win. Like, these are like
Oh, yeah.
fans who have been following the Raiders, you know, when Oakland, you know, became like their
Darius Hayward Bay, Jamarcus Russell,
so
way before then. Like,
so the thing about the Raiders, like they don't have a defense, and I agree with what you said. Like I do think McDaniels has an ego, and he thinks, oh, you know, I can fix Jimmy Garoppolo, you know, I can do this. But again, personally, I think they're downgrading, and I've said this all the time, and you know, like I hate bringing it up, but I'm going to bring it up again and again and again. Derek Carr was not the problem. You know, he had a good, efficient numbers, but was he like elite? Of course not. But he never had a good defense. Like, you know, last year when he went 10-7, you know, he had to do it all by himself because he didn't have a really good defense. So overall, like, you know, as long as the Raiders are under ownership, the Raiders are going to be just like an afterthought of the John Madden era. That's about it.
It's kind of like almost like the owner of the Cowboys, Jerry Jones, getting so involved in his team for so long that he literally messed up that team for so long. Trying to be the GM, the owner, the president, the CEO, just like Al Davis.
And then
look at what happened.
He disrespected OBJ, and then he didn't want to go there anymore. But like the Raiders could have easily been the Minnesota Vikings this year, and they had the same amount of one-score games. Just the Vikings won them all, and the Raiders lost them all. I mean, they could easily have flip-flopped.
Yep. I'm telling you, let me give you an example. I told this to Joe. This is how far back I'm critical of Harbaugh. I was critical of Harbaugh immediately after winning the Super Bowl. I don't know if y'all remember, we actually had to open up at Denver that year. The first time that ever the Super Bowl champions had to open up away. It was due to a parking issue with the Orioles because we share parking there in Baltimore. But so we opened up against Peyton Manning in Denver for Peyton Manning's first year. We got stomped, especially in the second half. So John Harbaugh preached the entire offseason, since we know we're having to open up away, we're doing this. We are going to be so prepped to come out and win this first game of the season. When John Harbaugh made his roster decisions of like his active people taking into the game, he stacked up on defensive tackles. Peyton Manning ran an air raid offense. We only had, I think, 6 defensive backs total active on the roster. We had 1 injury after halftime. We had no subs at defensive back for the rest of the game. Jimmy Smith, Marlon, and all of them were so gassed. And we had to start subbing in linebackers and running so much zone. Peyton Manning tore us apart. And John Harbaugh sat there and said there was nothing we could have done that changed that game. And I said, you immediately made a bad roster decision. And there's just certain things he's been genius of, like the taking the safety with the punt and all that stuff. I say this because every leader has their merits. I say John Harbaugh is a good leader of men. He's a subpar football coach. He was a former special teams coordinator that became a head coach. And I think he's part of the issue in Baltimore.
I was trying to remember who you guys played in the Super Bowl, and then I remembered. So I was curious. What were your thoughts? Yeah, what were your thoughts on the whole blackout situation? Why do you think? Why do you think that happened?
This. First of all, I even said it earlier with Joe. The whole Ray Lewis going to the Super Bowl might have been an NFL. Like, we got to make this story happen. Some of those calls were crazy. Like, dude, the Denver game was nuts. The Patriots game was nuts. Like, every game was nuts. And then, of course, the blackout. We were blowing y'all out. And then just And then headset issues. I don't know, man. It makes me question things sometimes. I'm not gonna say nothing, but it makes me question sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I told Joe this, and again, don't take this at face value. You know, you can look this up here and there. A lot of people know about Bountygate, right, with the Saints.
Yeah.
Do you know that the owner of the Saints was investigated for wiretapping basically right after that?
In the
Apparently,
league?
supposedly he was able to hear play calling in his owner's booth of the other team.
I definitely believe that happens.
And so here's also where I took it a step further. I said, man, that year they won the Super Bowl, he was running a 2-play call offense. You remember all the time, kill, kill, kill. And they'd be like, oh, he's calling 2 plays in the huddle. He's killing the first one right now. Yeah, because they called basically 2 calls and then listened to the defensive play call. And all right, trees. You know, and I don't know, man. It was just crazy that year.
See,
I'm just saying, that's a conspiracy theory. Please take no face value in that.
And see, like the Super Bowl that the Niners lost to the Ravens, like we were already being we were like being blown out. It was like 30,
it was just unlucky, special teams, like all kinds of stuff.
So when the light went out, you know, like a lot of Ravens fans and you know people were like, oh, they want the Niners to win, blah blah blah. But the Niners screwed up. We had Frank Gore. And we were like less than 10 yards on 1st and goal, and we needed to score a touchdown to win. 3 to tie it, forced overtime. Yeah, and Harbaugh threw the ball. Well, Harbaugh's brother, Jim Harbaugh, threw the ball 4 times. 4 effing times. Like me and my
that's where John's getting it from now. He must be watching his brother's tape.
Me and my foster father.
But that last one, when he threw it, Ray Lewis was holding him, and they should have called that flag, and we should have first and goal.
They were really letting them just
like you know. And
I'll admit there was a little contact. There were some questionable calls in that game that did not go in y'all's favor.
We had 4 plays, less than 10 yards. Give the ball to Frank Gore, and we would have had our 6th Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. And our coach blew the game. Even you can say whatever you want about. Yeah. You know, like the light turned off, and we made a comeback, yada yada. At the end of the day,
they'll give it to him. They'll give him a chance, no matter what. At the end of the day,
so no matter what, like, hey, the Niners screwed up. Like we put ourselves in a 31-point deficit. We had to come back from behind, and then on our final drive, with less than like 30 seconds.
I mean, Seattle did the same thing too.
Yeah. Oh my God. Mm-hmm. That was even worse though. You could argue. I feel like Marshawn was running better than Frank Gore was at that. Marshawn taught me actually how running backs are supposed to run the ball. Like
shout out to Oakland, California. Because Marshawn, hey,
I love Marshawn, bro.
Hey, listen, like Jones Drew and Marshawn come from the East Bay running back school. For those who don't know that, they teach you how to be running backs. Like, you know, like. There's a reason why Oakland, like, you know, you can say whatever you want about the city. That is the factory of everything, not just sports, but everything.
I think I watched a documentary, him talking a little bit about that.
So, yeah. And Marshawn Lynch, his attitude is that Oakland, like, a lot of people, like, like that's how I am.
I hate they left. I hate that the franchise left. Like,
I know, I agree. But Raider fans are still going to root for their teams. Mm-hmm. Those who are still live up here, and some of them are going to drive the 6-hour drive, to watch the game.
Yeah. I don't know where Lamar is going to end up. I think honestly his best situation would be Atlanta, and I don't know why it hasn't happened. Like,
you should come with us.
You know what? I actually heard someone though talking a really good point, and I think one of you mentioned it earlier, kind of about how some people consider certain owners cheap or don't have enough money. If you think about it, if you actually are giving a fully guaranteed contract, let's say you gave a $200 million guaranteed contract, you actually, as a business owner, have to take $200 million of your earnings and move it to what's an escrow account. Almost like a down deposit on a house or, your apartment where, it's basically guaranteed to them and you can't touch it and it's gone. And some owners might be a little hesitant to do that. And I wonder if that's also another thing. I don't know.
Well, the Browns did it. So I mean,
But of course, like that, it's the Browns. They're dumb. They always mess it up some way or another. Like, and what I hate is I saw so many Raven fans just sign him. You can always restructure the contract. If you look, yeah, because Deshaun Watson restructured his. If you look at that, Deshaun Watson, if he was cut tomorrow, the next 3 years would hit the Browns for a dead cap of like $63 million, crippling that franchise for 3 years. And in retrospect, Aaron Rodgers' dead cap is going to be about $35 million for 3 years after like next year. I don't understand the Packers. They missed their window already. But
That's crazy.
I like looking at the cap numbers a lot too and like really playing GM. It's just rough.
Okay. I'm gonna have to end the show.
Sorry.
Because
All right.
I'm sitting here falling asleep.
All right.
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock over here on the East Coast.
Peace out, Corona, Steve-O, and
John Jay.
the Ravens guy.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. I guess Tom told me all about y'all, so.
All right, man. You have a good one.
we're gonna convert him into a Niner fan. He just doesn't know it yet.
You know? Right?
My NFC brothers. Only if Harbaugh's the coach again.
Yeah, I'm gonna not tomorrow, Wednesday. I'm doing an interview with my niece and nephew. They Raider fans.
Okay.
I'm gonna talk to them about how they feel about Jimmy G. And then Thursday night, I have my 49 trivia show.
Oh, how did I do, Corey?
I don't. You didn't. You did. I can't
Not
remember what
too
you
good.
did.
Yeah, not too good.
So I had to look it up.
Yeah, I'm excited to drop in and watch
Thursday.
the 49er your trivia show. Joe was telling me a little bit about that earlier. I'm excited to
Yeah,
come
he's
in.
on it.
You said that was Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna come watch.
Yeah, 8:00 p.m. Pacific
8 o'clock.
time.
I was just about to say Pacific. Okay, 8. I'm over here in Eastern. I got that though.
So what time is it? What time is it over there?
Right now, 2 in the morning.
Wow.
It is late.
It's 11 o'clock where I'm at.
Whew. But have a good night, gentlemen. And again, thanks for letting me come on.
Yeah, you too, man. You have a good one.
Thank you.
All right, see you later.
All right, Steve-O.
All right, Steve-O. And I'd like to thank everybody that came in and everybody that's in the chat. Thank you.
All right, Corey, you have a good one. All right. I see you tomorrow. I'll watch your show tomorrow.
Oh, every David Corona.
Yes, sir.
Your channel, have it started up yet?
Nah, I don't think I'm gonna do it.
You don't think you're gonna do it?
Nah.
Because I was saying, like, when you leave this channel, like when you hit the leave button, and it says StreamYard, and you should make an account with StreamYard and hook it up to your YouTube channel.
Yeah, but I don't think so.
Okay.
I was looking at how Norda Sports told me to look at the YouTube thing and follow it. You have to do this, you have to do that, and this and this and that. Is like that's too much for me. I don't know how to do that. So I just keep on coming in people's streams.
Yeah.
So, all right, Chloe, you have a good night.
All right, have a good night.
You take care, all right?
All right, you too.
All right, see you later. Go Niners.
Go Niners. Yes, I'd like to thank everybody that came and that supports me, and I'd like to thank everybody that subscribed to me. 128. I don't know. I might have more now because I can't. You don't show me. You know how many I got, but I believe what I last saw, and if I got more, I want to say thank you to the people that subscribed to me today, tonight after I came on here. I'm having a ball doing this. It's all about fun. I like doing this. And I know I'm not a big YouTuber. I'm not like No Motorsport, Nine of Sickness, and Jay in the Bed, and John Jay. Not as big as him. And CG. My channel's small, gradually building up, but I want to thank everybody for your support. Have a good night. Hopefully see y'all Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday at 7 o'clock, I'm doing the interview my niece's nephew. Then on Thursday at 8 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, I'm doing the trivia show. All right. Have a good night.